Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing today, my little friendos? I'm not even doing slightly what the music is doing. Good morning. At least it's morning for me at 8:20 a.m. Pacific time. We're going to be doing a writing stream today with LitRPG horror. This story gets a little bit meta. It's going to cross a lot of genres. We're starting right off. Last time we had begun it, but I've decided on an alternative start, a prologue of sorts, which will set up the story better. So we're gonna dive into that in particular this time. Hello, Koronata-san. How are you doing today? I've tweaked my voice a little bit for the writing streams, so I hope you guys like this one more. How are you doing? Boy, I had a hard time getting up this morning, even though I went to bed early last night. Very hard time. Let me send out the message that I'm online. Oops, I forgot to include a picture. I should probably do that, shouldn't I? Makes it look much fancier. Boop, picture included. Working, huh? Well, I hope you're having a good day working, and that it all goes very smooth for you. So I'm not sure if you missed it or not, but we are doing a new start to the story that I'm working on. Well, I'm trying to do more of these writing streams because I want to make it a real priority to get some books done. I have a writing degree and I'm a professional writer, but I don't have any books published. And I feel like that's not really okay. You know what I mean? Yeah, I have a new start to the story I begun last time. I'm doing a prologue of sorts to help introduce the game system and just kind of have fun with it. So we're just gonna dive right in. Hope you have a good time working. I'm here to chat if you want, otherwise just chill and enjoy the writing and music with me. Okay. We're just gonna dive right in. The porch lit. I'm not gonna read everything out loud, but corridor stretched endlessly before them. Talen's lungs burned with each gasping breath. Yeah, it's how you spell gasping. I don't know why it got angry at me. Dum. Behind the clash of steel rang through the passages. Alrighty. The torchlit corridor stretched endlessly before them. Palin's lungs burned with each gasping breath. Behind, the clash of steel rang through stone passages that had known only gentle footfalls her entire life. Left here, through the ballroom, then the servants' hall. Left here, through the ballroom, then the servants' hall. What do I want the male character's name to be? Ooh. I have to think of that. Let's go with Torin. No. Torin gripped her hand. Hello, Jean. How are you doing today? We're just doing some writing. The Torin gripped her hand tighter. I I guess that's how it sounds. Yeah, Torin. I was thinking like Tor and in, so Torin. But it does sound like Torin, doesn't it? Torin. Yeah, it really does. Ah, well. Imagine he's a giant bull man. Hello, Toby. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a great day. I figured I might see some of y'all more because it's earlier in the day for you, isn't it? When I'm usually online, it's like night or like early morning. I know, right, Jean? It's me. I'm just using a different voice for the writing streams. I figured I'd use a slightly different voice to help differentiate the writing stream and the gaming streams. 4:30 p.m. Wow, it is 8:30 p.m. for me. I got up at 6 and I meant to start streaming at 7, but I was cold, so I ended up wrapped up in a blanket for several hours. 11:30. Wow. Y'all are in the future, huh? Let me know how it goes. I will never get tired of that joke. I'm sorry. I'll never get tired of it. But in case you've missed it, we're writing a LitRPG horror story. It's gonna have progression fantasy elements, and I had started writing the story last time, but I decided I wanted to write a prologue of sorts to help introduce the game system and some of the stories. It's sort of more impactful and action-y as well. So that's what we're doing. If you're unfamiliar, LitRPG, LITRPG, it is a form of storytelling which basically implements game systems into a narrative plot. So inside the game, or inside the story itself, there might be levels or skills or feats, stats, and the characters will be aware of these. And it's kind of like they'll be playing a video game, but as part of the world inside the story. I'm keeping mine very simple, but with room for complexity, and we'll discover that as we go. Left here, see the ballroom, then the servants' hall. Torn gripped her hand tighter. He's an adventurer, so callous. Left here, through the ballroom, then the servants' hall. Torn gripped her hand tighter, his callous fingers intertwining with hers, not her, as he pulled her around the corner. She stumbled. Look. She stumbled, her silk nightdress catching beneath her bare feet. Since this is a writing stream, I won't be quite as yappy as usual. I will be talking. I'm here to talk with people if they want to chat, and you'll hear me every now and then as I think out loud, but yeah, generally it'll be kind of a little bit more chilled out. Entangling with her could be either really good or a nightmare. Indeed, indeed. We shall find out. We shall find out. Well, you guys can't see it because the way OBS works is that it doesn't work on a system level. so it only shows the screen itself, but I have Grammarly on, so it pops up spelling mistakes, and a whole bunch of spelling mistakes just popped up, so I'm gonna correct those real quick. We shall indeed, friend, we shall. Uh, she stumbled, her silk nightdress catching beneath her bare feet. He caught her before she fell, his arm around her waist, and for a heartbeat, she's pressed against his chest, hearing the thunder of his heart matching her own. Do 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 do. I want to make this first person perspective, so I need to find a good way to shift. I think here's a good spot. I might have to work on that a little bit later, but I think this will work fine for this part. So, I don't think it's kind of a spoiler to say, but basically the way this world works is that the characters get trapped in this town where they then have to play through stories, and they have to close out the narrative arc of the story in order to survive. And they have player lives, and if they fail certain conditions, they can lose lives. If they die in the story, they lose 1 life. If they fail the story altogether, they lose 2 lives. And they only have 3 lives total, and they have a chance of getting more lives every weekly reset, like a video game. And it can be any story narrative, and each story has multiple different pathways and narrative tracks they can try to close, some easier, some harder. So I'm trying to work some of that into this foreshadowing for this story to kind of make it focus on the plot, but also kind of have those elements where we're pulling out a little bit to kind of foreshadow that. And this is the prologue. In the main story, this will be much more explicitly detailed, like it'll be very clear. So, she stumbled, her silk nightdress catching beneath her bare feet. He caught her before she fell, his arm around her waist, and for a heartbeat she was pressed against his chest, hearing the thunder of his heart matching her own. I gazed into his eyes, seeing beyond the character, seeing the person behind them, and from how he was gripping me, I could tell he was thinking the same. This was gonna be close. A little bit outer, not quite as thematic as I want, but it's a first draft. Let's see. Did I do first person here? I actually do think I'm gonna do third person. Because this is a prologue, and I want to have first person only be... There's a story reason why it makes sense for this to be first person, which y'all won't know about, but you'll pick up on a reason why later, but I'm not gonna say now. Hmm. Yes. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna do first person throughout this entire thing, so I'll have to change a little bit. A scream echoed from somewhere above, cutting through the stone like a knife. Mother's scream. I'd know that voice anywhere, even terror, even in. No. These are not my memories, not my arms holding me close when I was sick as a child, a soothing tone reading to me in bed, cut short mid terror filled wail. We double over. I double over, bile rising in my throat. The torn was already moving, dragging me forward. Do 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 do. Alrighty. Okay, so we're entering the ballroom now. Okay. So my style of writing, a lot of writers plan things out very meticulously and they know exactly what's gonna happen. My style of writing is much more by the seat of my pants. That's kind of the term that a lot of writers use. I'm a pantser, where I kind of figure it out while I'm going. I have a very, very loose plotline and end goals, but I'm usually figuring out the moment to moment action as I'm writing. So that's why every now and then I'll pause and I'll need to kind of think over what I want to do. I feel like I missed something as well. I'm moving a little bit too fast. Let's see. Yeah, I did. Um, yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to fix the tense issues. There's some tense problems here I need to work on. Alright, so the change I just added was we had originally left here through the ballroom, then the servants' hall. Torn gripped her hand tighter, his calloused fingers intertwining with hers as he pulled her around the corner. And that's all I had. Now I added, His leather armor was still half buckled, the straps loose and flapping as we ran. We'd been sleeping in my chambers when it started. I doubled over, bile rising in my throat, but Torin is already moving, dragging me forward and pushing through the doors of the ballroom. A place holding countless memories of parties warm and laughter-filled, echoing through my memory. Keep in mind, this is a first draft, so we'll get better. We'll get better. The ballroom's crystalline chandeliers, that's a fun word, chandeliers, swung like pendulums. The ballroom's crystalline chandeliers swung like pendulums above carnage. Bodies in royal livery that's a hard word, livery. Bodies in royal livery lay scattered across the marble that hosted dancing just hours before. The ballroom's crystalline chandelier swung like pendulums above carnage. Bodies in royal livery lay scattered across the marble that had hosted dancing just hours before. My slippers, silk things made for waltzing, flipped in blood as Torin pulls me through the chamber, stepping over fallen guardsmen, guests, and the faces of cousins and family, both close and distant alike. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to remind myself that it's just a story. Just a story, not my family. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. The memory's as real as my own while the narrative is running. That's me trying to kind of hint that this isn't exactly what it looks like it's happening. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to remind myself that it's just a story, not my family. Doesn't help. The memories are as real as my own while the narrative is running. Thorin, my father. We can't. I drift off, my voice hushed as it was, still deafening in the sounds of the ballroom, the sounds of fighting hushed within. Thorin, my father, we can't just yeah, I want to add a little bit more to that. Thorin, my father, we can't just leave him. I drift off, my voice hushed as it was, still deafening the sounds of the ballroom, the sounds of fighting hushed within. Thorin doesn't look back. His voice soft but unfocused, his mind clearly on getting us through the next moment. He's gone, Kay. Oh, will be soon. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be playing this a little bit too out. My vision blurs, but I nod to the back of his head, more to myself than in response. Just need to clear the route, then we can... let's see. I want something to happen here. Something to add some action into it. Mm, I also might want to add a little bit more to the start to indicate kind of what their relation. I mean, it's pretty clear what their relationship is. I guess they're in her bed chambers and his arm is half on, so I guess that's pretty clear. I guess I don't really need to expand on that. It's not really important here. Could add a little bit more to Torin though. Hey. Either or, but either or. I mean, I could add a little bit more. Hmm. I could add just like a single thing that goes into it a little bit better. Do I have anything about that yet? Let's see. Yeah, I can add an extra one. Well, I'm trying to portray this as though they were together in her chambers at night, right after or kind of during a party, but kind of late at night when a coup took place. So I'm kind of trying to put it as though his armor's half on, she's in her nightgown still, kind of fleeing through the hallways. A little bit, I guess. It's more just to make sure that it's presenting the scene. I don't want this to be... I don't want it to present it as though, like, either of them were prepared for this, like they're ready. Like, he's an adventurer, and I don't want him to have his full gear up. Like, I don't want him to have all his armor, all his weapons, and all his swords. He's harried, fleeing through the hallways in the middle of the night, half-dressed. Half his gear not even with him, that kind of thing. Pulling the, his lover along with him, basically. Let's see. I might add more to that later. For now, I'm just gonna leave it, but... Exactly. Because the idea of this, and you'll see that as we go, is that, he's an adventurer, and the coup that's happening is being kind of, like, there's a scene later where there's gonna be a fight, and there's gonna be a reason why it's not really easy for him to just win it. Like, otherwise, if he had all his gear, and he was all prepared, this wouldn't be that difficult for an adventurer with their full gear set. In this world, you know, fighting through some guards and a character we'll see later shouldn't be hard. But he has a crappy sword that he picked up from a dead guardsman. He has just his leather armor, not like his plate or anything. And it's just he's none of his potions, nothing. And she, um, is kind of a I know not to be sexist, I don't mean to be like I know I feel like I'm putting her in the damsel role, but again, that's purposeful as well, and we're gonna flip it later. Um, and she's kind of a damsel in this particular situation, so she's not really helping that much. Alrighty, let's see. Ugh. There you go. There you go. There you go. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly. Just need to clear the route, then we can down. Torn shout comes half a heartbeat before a crossbow bolt punches the space my head had been, climbing off the stone wall and tearing a grand tapestry. Down, torn shout comes, half a heartbeat before a crossbow bolt punches through the space my head had been, climbing off the stone wall and tearing a grand tapestry. Torn moves like water, his blade up, deflecting two more bolts with speed I can't even begin to follow. He's pulling me, metal guards. Torn moves like water, his blade up, deflecting two more bolts with speed I can't even begin to follow. He's pulling me. Metal clashes as he deflects more projectiles sent our way from a pair of guardsmen from the opposite end of the ballroom. They're wearing my family's crest upon their helms, but their livery is different, that of a white oak and blood moon. Cousin Amon? The thought has no time to ponder as Torm practically throws me through the door into the servants' corridor, slamming the door shut behind him. The thought of striking wood, metal head splintering through but no further moments later. It doesn't really make sense, does it? The thought of striking wood, metal bolt heads splinter, not splintering. The thought of striking wood, metal bolt head splinter through the door but no further. I'm just gonna drop the moments later. We don't need that. It makes it a confusing paragraph. I'm making good progress though. Trying to add a little bit more to something earlier. Not really sure what's happening in this music right now. Yeah. Ara ara. We're just gonna ignore that. Let's see here. Ooh, I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to remind myself that it's not just a story. That it is just a story. Nope, that's not what I was looking for. Right here, I want to make work on this. Torn moves like water, his blade up, deflecting 2 more bolts with speed I can't even begin to follow. And I want to add something here to kind of reflect that they've known each other a long time. He's not just an adventurer, but I'm not sure I need to do that actually. I'm not really sure that's required for the story. Can make this sound a little bit fancier though. Let's see. Flashback. Thorn moves like water, his borrowed blade up, taken from a traitor's corpse, sings, deflects a bolt that would have found my spine. He's pulling me. Metal clashes, he deflects more projectiles sent our way from a pair of guardsmen from the opposite end of the ballroom. They're wearing my family's crest upon their helms, but their livery is different, that of a white oak and blood moon. Cousin Eamon? The thought has no time to ponder as Torrin prickly throws me through the door into the servants' corridor, slamming the door shut behind him. A thud of striking wood, metal bolt head splintered through the door, but no further. The thud of striking wood knocks behind us. Metal bolts head splintered through the door, but no further. That'll be good. They are now in the servants' corridor. Forward, the kitchens, Torrin says, not even breathing hard. Forward, the kitchens, Torn says, not even breathing hard. My shortcut feet should get us to the point of conflict. So the issue I'm dealing with now is that I want to introduce some of the game elements in a way which are going to be confusing, because they've not really been explained yet. This will be explained when the proper story starts and the character kind of goes through a tutorial. But this is a prologue, kind of showing the game at play, So it would not really make sense to stop and explain the mechanics, but I also want to make sure that they're there to kind of hint that that's what's happening. I just need to kind of balance how much is there and how much isn't, because I don't want the reader just be confused and then, give up. But it also has to be there. It's a balance. We'll see if I made it or not. That's kind of what's going on in my head right now while I'm writing, is trying to think that through. Forward to the kitchens, Torn says, not even breathing hard. My shortcut feet should get us to the point of conflict. I nod, understanding. This run has gone bad. Very bad, if we're the only two left. How many lives do you have left, I ask? A question taboo in which we'd all promised to never ask. Do 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 do. Torin, no, Frank, the person behind the character, hesitates even as we still move forward down the hallway towards the kitchens. After a moment, he responds, "Just the one," he shrugs, like that's all there is to say about it. I still don't really know what's happening in this music. I like this is a free soundtrack from Panda Beats, and I really like it, but every now and then it just sounds a little sus, you know? Just a little sus. Hello, and good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. How are you doing today, Gregor man? Welcome to the channel. We're just doing some writing today. How are you? Doom scrolling? Nice, nice. Always fun and horrible. Anything good at least? Hopefully. I know I meant to start streaming at 7 a.m. today, and I didn't start until 8:30 because I was very cold, and then I started doom scrolling and it trapped me. So I hear that. I'm glad your doom scrolling brought you to me. We're writing a LitRPG story. Hello, Jacob. How are you doing today? Do, 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 do. We are writing LitRPG horror. Hope everyone's having a good day. Bum bum bee dum bum bum ba dee 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 bum ba da, yeah. I'm happy to hear it, friendo. I'm good today as well. I actually went to bed on time for once, so I'm awake. I have a problem usually going to bed on time. I always get stuck in a good book and I just don't want to put it down. Yeah, I'm going for a kind of this isn't gonna be horror in the respect in that it's like super scary, but it's gonna be horror in more of like a I mean some of it will be scary, but mm, it's more like horror in the situation. The random topless show that makes no sense, but it is in every horror, yes, we will have that. So the general principle of the story I'm writing is that it's a group of people or people get stuck in this town where stories are come to life and they have to play through them like they would play through like a video game or a play, kind of like a visual novel almost, like they take the place of characters and they have to close out these roots and narratives. That's going to give us the chance to do a lot of different genres, and if they don't finish the stories, then they lose lives, and if they lose too many lives, they die for real. So that's gonna give us the ability to do a lot of different genres. So right now I'm doing a prologue, which is kind of like a fantasy, adventure, tragedy, romance. We'll have straight up like Lovecraftian horror stories they have to play through. Maybe a zombie invasion plotline, like they're at the movie theater and there's a movie on they have to play through, like The Walking Dead or something. Um, if there's a pirate theme thing, maybe they'll do that. The point is that they're playing through lots of different kinds of stories, and that they close out the narratives in different ways. Otherwise, they die. And the reason I'm doing it this way is because I have a very hard time focusing. Yeah, it's slightly based off a couple ideas I've had for a long time. Plus, I recently read a book series called The Game of Carousel. And they do something like that, but it's really exclusively focused on like slasher movie fiction. And I'm going much larger because I have a really hard time with sticking to one story because I have too many ideas. And this gives me a way to kind of play with different ideas. So if maybe I am in the mood for vampires, I get to do a vampire story. If I'm in the mood for pirate swashbuckling the next week, I can do maybe a vampire pirate swashbuckling story. It's funny you say that, Gregor man. I don't want to give any... I have to be careful what I say because this is a story that's going to have a really, really big twist at the end of the first book. Let's just say that what you just said, it is close to something that the readers will have to pick up on as they go. So you actually called something out which... it's not exact, but there is something in there. So... definitely something in there. It's cool you called that out. So right now where we're at is... I can actually just read this real quick. It's not that much. Yeah, let me just read this real quick. The torchlit corridor stretched endlessly before them. Kaylin's lungs burned with each gasping breath. Behind, the clash of steel rang through stone passages that only know gentle footfalls her entire life. Left, here, through the ballroom, then the servants' hall, Torn gripped her hand tighter, his callous fingers intertwining with hers as he pulled her around the corner. His leather armor was still half-buckled, straps loose and flapping as we ran. We'd been asleep in my chambers when it started. You have ADHD, you've spent a long time in fiction. Glad you have that. Most people forget. Interesting drives people through the books. Yeah. Yeah, I have pretty bad ADHD as well. And that's part of the reason why I have a hard time writing. It's because I get pulled in so many directions. So I'm trying to make it work for me. And I think that this will work for me this way. Left here, through the ballroom, then the servants' hall. Torn gripped my hand tighter, his callous fingers intertwining with mine as he pulls me around the corner. His leather armor was still half-buckled, the straps loose and flapping as we run. We'd been sleeping in my chambers when it started. I stumble, my silk nightdress catching beneath my bare feet. He caught me before I fell, his arms around my waist, and for a heartbeat, were pressed against his chest, hearing the thunder of his heart matching my own. I gazed into his eyes, seeing beyond the character, seeing the person behind it, and from the way he's gripping me, I could tell he was thinking the same. This was gonna be close. A scream echoed from somewhere above, cutting through the stone like a knife. Mother's scream. I'd know that voice anywhere, even in terror, even in no. These are not my memories, not arms holding me close when I was sick as a child, a soothing tone reading to me in bed, cut short mid-terror-filled wail. I double over, bile rising in my throat. The torrent is already moving, dragging me forward and pushing me through the doors to the ballroom. A place holding countless memories of parties warm and laughter-filled, echoing through my memory. This is pretty rough, so just keep in mind that this is a first draft, so it's pretty rough. We'll edit it. We'll edit it down. The ballroom's crystalline chandeliers swing like pendulums above the carnage. Bodies in royal livery lay scattered across marble that had hosted dancing just hours before. My slippers, silk things made for waltzing, slip and blood as torn pulls me through the chamber, stepping over fallen guardsmen, guests, and the faces of cousins and family, both close and distant alike. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to remind myself that it's just a story. Just a story, not my family. It doesn't help. The memories are as real as my own while the narrative is running. Torin, my father, we can't just leave him. I drift off, my voice hushed as it was, still deafening in the sounds of the ballroom, the sound of fighting hushed within. Torin doesn't look back. Voice soft but unfocused, his mind clearly on getting us through the next moment. He's gone, Kay, but we'll be soon. I'm sorry. My vision blurs, but I nod to the back of his head, more to myself than in response. Just clear the route, and then we can... Down, Thorn's shout. Comes half a heartbeat before a crossbow bolt punched through the space my head had been, clanging off the stone wall and tearing a grand tapestry. Thorin moves like water, his borrowed blade, taken from a traitor's corpse, sings as it deflects a bolt that would found my spine. He's pulling me. Metal clashes as he deflects more can't speak if. Sorry. He's pulling me. Metal clashes as he deflects more projectiles sent our way from paired guardsmen from the opposite end of the ballroom. They're wearing my family's crest upon their helms, but their livery is different, that of a white oak and blood moon. Cousin Eamon? The thought is no time to ponder as Thorin practically throws me through the door into the servants' corridor, slamming the door shut behind him. The thud of striking wood knocks behind us. I don't like that. The thud of striking wood knocks, let's just say that. The thud of striking wood knocks. Metal bolt head splinters through the door, but no further. Forward to the kitchens, Thorin says, not even breathing hard. My shortcut feet should get us to the point of conflict. I nod, understanding. This run has gone bad. Very bad. And if we're the only two left... ... How many lives do you have left, I ask. A question taboo in which we'd all promised to never ask. Thorin, no, Frank, the person behind the character, hesitates even as we move forward down the hallway toward the kitchens. After a moment, he responds. Just the one, he shrugs, like that's all there's to say about it. But you're playing Thorin. Dread settles in my belly, sort of too full but also aching hunger feeling that makes you want to... Dread settles in my belly, a sort of too full but aching hunger feeling that makes you want to curl into a ball with a bottle of antacids. Till it all just goes away. Hey Francisco, how you doing today? Yeah, I'm I'm trying to make it a big priority to get my book done. So I'm trying to write a lot more, and I think that doing it on stream is fun. It kind of makes it a little bit more fun for me, so it kind of helps me actually do it. You know what I mean? Also, I get to see people earlier in the day, meet new people. You know, the whole shebang. How you doing today? After a moment, he responds, "Just the one," he shrugs, like that's all there is to say about it. "But you're playing Torrent." Dread settles in my belly, a sort of too full but also aching hunger feeling that makes you want to curl into a ball at the bottom of Atlas's until it all just goes away. "Yup," Torrent Frank responds. "Nothing for it." How many do you have left? Nothing for it. How many do you have left? He asks, and I hesitate. Guess I had asked him first. One. Maybe we can get a true ending? Avoid ... You know, I say, trailing off. I know just how unlucky it is for us to random ourselves into clearing the story's narrative with a true root ending at this stage. Yeah, maybe, he says. Let's just focus on the next part, okay? Yeah, maybe, he says. Let's just focus on the next part, okay? Sure. Sure, I answer, squeeze his hand twice. Your spines and kind moments later make me smile. Our little way of saying I love you. I'm here. We arrive at the end of the servants' corridor. We arrived at the end of the servants' corridor. The door of the kitchens is slightly ajar. With one hand holding mine, the other his blade, Torn eases the door open. I'm not sure I like how that sounded. We've arrived at the end of the servants' corridor. The door to the kitchens is slightly ajar. With one hand holding mine, the other's blade, Torn eases the door open without. We arrived at the end of the servants' corridor. The door to the kitchen is slightly ajar. With one hand holding mine, the other's blade, Torn eases the door open with the point of a sword, carefully peeking in to be sure we're not stepping into an ambush. He looks back and nods at me, stepping through the door, and I follow, closing the door behind us. So you'll hear me do that every now and then. That's something I've gotten used to doing as an editor, because I do professional book editing. Is I will often actually say the grammar, like marks out loud. So I'll be like, he looks back and nods at me, stepping through the door, and I follow, closing the door behind us, period. It's just my way that, little secret tip for anyone who wants to get into editing or would just like to get better at editing their own writing. Always read it out loud. Always. You will find so many more errors and fix so many more mistakes just by reading it out loud. The reason for that is partially because when you're reading something out loud, that makes you stop and think about it more, meaning you catch more things. But secondly, we speak very naturally, and often when we're reading back our writing and we're speaking it out loud, we will naturally add inflection or grammatical pauses, things that should be there in the text but aren't because you weren't speaking out loud. It was all just coming from your head. We kind of naturally fix language as we go when we speak it. So there's a little tip. Just make sure you read everything out loud, and including the commas and periods. Do 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 do. Ba dum ba bum bum, yeah. Alright, let's see here. Let's see. He looks back and nods at me, stepping through the door, and I follow, closing the door behind us, period. We run through the kitchen's towards the door on the far end. It should lead us out of the keep proper. Though where we go next, I do not know yet. I don't like how that sounds. Sometimes Grammarly can be annoying. It's nice overall, but sometimes its suggestions do not make a lot of sense, if I'm being honest. So, I think it's really good for people who aren't used to writing, but I always recommend it to new writers or people who just aren't really writers, but they're trying to write. But yeah, if you're used to writing, then always double check what Grammarly recommends because it's not always right. It is using all the AI for what it does, so it gets things wrong fairly often. Do do do. Bum 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 bum. Yeah. Ba dum bum bum bum. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I need to describe the kitchen a little bit, don't I? Probably should, yeah. No, I don't mean ducking brick. I'm sorry, what? You do it? Oh, yeah. I was so in my head there. I didn't get that first. I'm like, you okay there? You okay there? Okay. But I get you, I get you. Yes, I don't mean ducking brick. Indeed. Just getting a stretch in real quick. In case anyone is wondering, the word processor I'm using is called Focuswriter. That's why you just see like unbroken text. There isn't any page numbers, there isn't any page breaks, it's just all text. You don't even see like how many pages are written down, nothing. It's all just like this. I find that helps me focus on the writing, thus it's called Focuswriter. Because very often I find that I can get very focused on like, ooh, how many pages do I have done now? Ooh, how many pages do I have done now? How many words, etc. I mean, you should duck bricks when they are thrown. You should probably duck bricks when they're thrown. I mean, to be honest, you probably just shouldn't be where bricks are being thrown, but, tease their own, you know? Whatever floats your boat. You do you, homie, you do you. ba ba de bum ba beep ba da boop ba. Music break ba de dee ba dee bum ba de bum ba. Yum bum ba dee dee doom ba. I know I'm not doing anything that even closely matches the song, but that's just how my brain works. Boopy ba boopy ba ba. Doom be dim ba da dee 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 doom. Ba da dee dee dum ba da dee ba boom. Music break over. Sorry about that. Alrighty, where were we? Yes, I should describe the kitchen instead of just running through it. Let's see. We run through the kitchen towards the door on the far end, comma. Let's see, passing on wooden tables where I'd stolen bread with the kitchen girls when I was small. Comma, where Magda I misspelling there. I had where Magda, the head maid, had taught me hot to knead bread despite her station. Change that to how. We don't need to be being taught hot to knead bread. Yeah, I need that bread really hot, right? Just need it hot, yo. We run through the kitchens towards the door on the far end, passing long wooden tables where I'd stolen bread with the kitchen girls when I was small, where Magda, the head maid, had taught me how to knead dough despite her station. Let's see, the benches were overturned now. Food scattered. Wow, this one's gonna need some work. I had multiple ideas while I was writing this and they all got mixed up. I'm gonna read it as it's currently written and then we'll have to fix it. The benches were overturned now, food scattered, red stained the flagstones. A body of a woman with grey hair wearing the kitchen staff's uniform turned downward and a pool of brown and red. Stew pot overturned, mixing with the crimson. Oh, it's actually not that bad. Needs a little bit of work, but it's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. The benches were overturned now, food scattered, red staining the flagstones. The body of a woman with gray hair wearing the kitchen staff's uniform was turned downward. He is turned downward in a pool of brown and red, a stew pot overturned, mixing with the crimson. I should say R because it's present tense. The benches are overturned now, food scattered, red staining the flagstones. The body of a woman with gray hair wearing the kitchen staff's uniform is turned downward in a pool of brown and red. Stew pot overturned, mixing with the crimson. I used the word overturned twice, so I'm not liking that. The body of a woman with gray hair wearing the kitchen staff's uniform is turned downward in a pool of brown and red. A stew pot on its side nearby, contents mixing with the crimson. Yeah, it's a little weak, but we're gonna just move on from it. The posturing gait, I gasped, gulping down a sob. South wall, there's a path down the cliffside. Too obvious, they'll have it sealed. The posturing gait, I gasped, gulping down a sob. South wall, there's a path down the cliffside. Too obvious, they'll have it sealed. Then where? I can hear boots pounding the floor above us. Nothing behind, not yet, but the sound of harsh voices and can't speak. But the sound of harsh voices shouting orders and cheering in bloodlust and triumph grows closer. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Then where? I can hear boots pounding on the floor above us, and the sound of harsh voices shouting orders and jeering and us in triumph goes closer. Crash. There they are. Get her. He wants her alive. A group of guards smash their way. Groups of guards smashes their way into the room, kicking the door in and branching blades from the direction we'd just come. Probably the same men who had been shooting at us, having just now caught up. So, one thing I've always found about my writing is that the end draft will have probably cut about 30% of everything I write. And that's okay, that's good. Your first draft should always be longer than your end draft. Almost always. Some writers struggle with writing enough, in which case, ideally, that would be reversed. But most writers struggle with writing too much. I do this very poorly. Not poorly, but this is an area where I struggle with a lot, where I actually go so far as to often repeat the same thing multiple times, just in slightly different phrasing. Like, I'm kind of working out the text in my head onto the page at the same time. And thus it ends up being something where I'll say the same thing 3 times. Kinda like I just did now. Hi Primmy, how are you doing? But yes, so generally I find that once I've edited down a draft, it'll be about 30% shorter because I'll end up having cut a lot of repetitive text. I'll end up cutting a lot of filler words and sentences. And it just makes for a much stronger piece of work in my opinion. Again, that's not the problem all writers struggle with though. Some writers don't write enough, so everyone's different. But general advice, less is more. Your sleep is beyond fried? Oh, I'm sorry. Are you still up and haven't gone to bed yet? Or are you not able to sleep? Or you just wish you could get more sleep? I guess I phrased 3 things and 2 of them were the same. Like, have you not gone to sleep yet and you're still awake? Or are you just like, stayed up too late? You know what I mean. Bum 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 ba da ding dun da. I actually went to bed at a normal time last night, but for some reason I'm even more tired. Oh damn. That's pretty bad. Yeah, I don't really envy that. That's rough. Well, I struggle with sleeping too, so... Could you just, like, not fall asleep, like insomnia, or do you do what I do, where I just get stuck into, like, books and gaming and stuff? Ah, okay, that really sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Konbawa? I like the soundtrack with just a random Japanese thrown in there every now and then. Konbawa. I've never had real insomnia. Well, every now and then I guess I get where I just literally can't sleep. It usually doesn't last like more than 3 or 4 hours though. Well, I wish you great sleep, and I hope you can pass out very soon, Primmy. Not literally, like, don't, like, conk yourself on the head or something, but, you know, hope you get sleep naturally. Bum ba dee dum bum ba dee. Bum ba dee dee dum dum. You think you have from depression, probably? Yeah, I could see that. That makes sense. Usually I have my sleeping schedule usually gets messed up when yeah, when I'm depressed, that's when my sleep schedule usually gets really messed up because it's not that I can't fall asleep, it's just that I really don't want to because I want to try to chase something to make myself feel better. I'll end up like reading a book or watching TV shows or doom scrolling, and I just won't want to stop because I don't want to have the thoughts in my head when I'm trying to sleep. You send me a Mega Chill soundtrack? Damn straight, yo. Send me that. DM me, homie. Now, there's a time period in my life where I was going through some very, very hard times, a few years, and I did find that I would do that where I would actually purposely force myself to stay awake so long that by the time I tried to lay down, I would just instantly fall asleep because I just didn't want to have to deal with the thoughts when I was trying to sleep. That's not insomnia because you can't sleep, but you just, you know, don't let yourself. So that's a different one that you're talking about, but still. I'm sorry to hear you're feeling down though. Yeah, we all feel down sometimes, and hopefully you feel up again soon, but if not, then you know it's okay. Depression is a real thing, yo. It's a real thing. This music's somewhat got a little more upbeat though. Boom, boom, bum, bum. I know, I'm not even close to doing the Risson. Anyway. Speaking of depression, everything I've been writing lately has been incredibly depressed. Like people dying, tragic things. I've been really focused on tragic, sad things lately. I don't know if that means I'm depressed, but I don't know if it means I'm happy. Like the sound. Anyways, Torn yanks me into a narrow stairway nearby, one of dozens that honeycombed the ancient keep. I'm just fixing grammar things. Thorn yanks me to a narrow stairway nearby, one of dozens that honeycomb the ancient keep and in normal times allow servants access throughout the castle in the course of their duties. See, like, most of that's probably gonna get cut when I'm editing. Most of that will probably get cut. We run downward, careful not to slip, and the sound of pursuit is close behind us, but swung as close confines that servants dare make it difficult for men wearing bulky chain armor and fully outfitted to traverse with speed. And like a Yes, can you edit it? We run downward, careful not to slip, and the sound of pursuit is close behind us. I like that. We run downward, comma, careful not to slip. Period. The sound of pursuit is close behind us, comma, but slowing as the close confines of the stream of stair make it difficult for men wearing bulky chain armor and fully outfitted to match our speed. Konbanwa. As we descend, the stones change, older, more cracked, and made of a darker color. As we descend, the stones change, older, more cracked, and made of darker color, worn smooth by centuries of servants' feet carrying water and linens and meals to the nobility above. Well, that's probably not needed, but whatever. Bum 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 bum. Ah dee dee da da dum dum dum. It's gonna be dark in here, so how are they seeing? I just realized that. I mean, I assume it'll be lit. Yeah, okay, let's make a note of that though. Do you know In Love with a Ghost? Not off the top of my head. Sounds like my kind of jam though. In love with a ghost, yeah. Boop beep bada boop, yeah. I'm assuming that's not even how that song goes. In Love with a Ghost is a stage name of French electronic musician whose work blends ambient sounds with gentle piano melodies and jazz influences. That does sound nice. That does sound nice. Not gonna lie, that does sound nice. Do 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 do. I'll have to check that out. Bum 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 ba dee dum bum 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 ba dee da dum bum. Alright, let's see here. Ooh, I like this part. Speaking of a little bit jazziness. Bum, bum, ba-dum. I think you'll... I don't know why that's not showing up my screen, so I'm having to read it on my other thing. Let's see. I think you'll like... pull up in DMs. So I'm reading it. It's not showing up in the YouTube. The YouTube chat has not been working very well lately. You DM me though, so I see that. Nice. I will definitely have to give these a list. I'm not sure I can play them on stream, but at least for my own writing and my own soundtrack. Spirity. Ooh, I like the art for that one. Bum, ba-da, bum. Yeah, I'll give these a listen to, friendo. Thank you. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum. I get so easily distracted by music. It's not even funny. It's a little funny. Alright, where were we? Yes, I was trying to say how the stairwell is lit. Place is wet, homie. Sorry. Yeah. Especially when there's a beat like this, just every now it helps me get into focus mode, but also every now and then I'm just like do 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 da da do 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 do, and then I close my eyes and I start bebopping to it. Do 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 da 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 do do, and then it stops as soon as I do that. So there we go. Music is the best thing in life. Music is very good. Music is one of the best things in life. It really is. It helps us focus and concentrate. It helps us remember things. It helps us emote and use emotion and think of people gone, or inspires us to do better. Everything. I mean, they have to listen to something, right? They can't, like, not listen to any music. Like, I mean, I don't listen to music as much as some people. Like, I know some people have, soundtracks playing constantly. And I appreciate some quiet silence now and then. And I don't have, like, the way my brain works, I'm just really bad at remembering things, so I also don't have, like, artists that I can tell you about. I just have playlists saved. The way I remember songs is by, like, what's happening. I'll be like, oh yeah, you know the song where the guy sings about, ashes on, the ashes on the wind song, that one? You know that one? That's a really good one, right? Really? They don't listen to West Forest, huh? Who hurt them? Who hurt them? A silly robot. Maybe there you go, they're the lizard people. You have successfully identified a lizard people, Primi. Beware the lizard people, for they shall rise up from the hollow earth and claim back society for their own. Fear them. Fear them! And we identify them by playing groovy jazz and everyone who doesn't tap their feet is probably a lizard person. I joke, but that's basically, I mean, it's not the plot, but I mean, you like anime, you've seen Macross, right? SDF Macross, like the entire plot of SDF Macross is basically music. That's how they defeat the enemies, with proto culture, aka cute anime girls singing songs at them. Makes all the Zentradi alien men not want to fight anymore. Because it's a society of people that have no music. Yeah, that's literally the plot of Lacrosse. Silver moon, red moon, do 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 do. You haven't seen it? Oh, that's so sad. Ew. That's a little bit suspicious, Josh Panda. A little suspicious. Can wizards eat avocados? I feel like a wizard could eat an avocado, right? We have to Google this now. Can lizards eat avocado? No, wizards should not eat avocados. It's highly toxic. Okay, good to know. Okay. Well, I guess that does prove that you're not a lizard person. So yeah, okay, good. Yeah, you've proven it. I guess if you eat avocados, you're definitely not a lizard person. But no, if you've never seen SCF Macross, Primi, or I think they have new versions now where they made it into like a movie. I think that one's pretty good too, but go watch Macross. The music, I still play the music from that anime. Well, I mean, you don't just eat like an avocado on its own. Like, that's like saying I eat butter. You know, like, does anybody eat avocado completely on its own? Like, yeah, that'd be just like if I sat down and ate a stick of butter. Avocado is something that you add to or spread upon something else. Like, you can have avocado toast, or avocado on your tacos, or you can have avocado on a sandwich. Yeah, I wouldn't just like no scope like devour an avocado. That'd be kind of weird. No judge, but you know. It's pretty good. I mean, do you mean like it's bad or good? I think it's pretty good. I like avocado toast. I'm not gonna lie. I'm an avocado toaster. It's a little bit rich for my blood, but you could eat an avocado on its own. Really? Basically grass on toast? No. Yeah, well, yeah, guacamole. You know, Primi, that like guacamole is like kind of avocado like taste, right? Just with extra things in there. I like avocados. They're a little bit too rich for me, to be honest. Like rich, like expensive for me, to be honest. But I think I like it most on tacos. So that's fair. That's fair. Apparently, Coronata could just eat an avocado on its own, though. So they're German, though, so they eat all sorts of weird things. Like they eat like raw pork and stuff. So that's you know, no shade, but I'm not really sure I'd be basing that as normal. You know, tea is just a whole leaf water. Okay, that makes more sense. You know, tea is just hot leaf water. Hot leaf water, baby. That's my tea. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, that raw pork killed you. That was funny. I could see that being good though. What was it called again? Something German porcupine pork meat something? Like Munchausen, that's a disease. Munchausen, that's a disease. That's not the food. I don't know. Yeah, I know it started with an M, I think. Sorry, Nin, you might not know what we're talking about on Discord. I have a couple of German people and they're talking about a raw pork dish that apparently is popular in Germany called Met-Igel. Is that how it's pronounced? Metagal? Metalgal? I don't know. When bro said people were surprised it was tender when it's literally ground, it could not be more tender if you tried. I think it could be more tender. I think it'd be more tender. Metigal. Metigal. Oh, sounds kind of like medical. Because that's what you'll need if you eat it. Ah! I'm kidding. Ah, we kid here. We're kidders. I'm hungry though now. We're gonna keep writing, so if you're here for the writing, we'll definitely keep writing. We just like chat every now and then too, but here's what we've written just today so far. If you're looking on the screen, let's go all the way to the bottom and we'll scroll upwards to see what we've written so far. Bum dum dum bum 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 bottom bum bum bada bum 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 bottom bum bum bottom bum bum bottom bum bum bum. That's what we've written so far. This is all stuff from the other stream. This is what we've written so far today, so. Nah, you're not derailing the stream at all, Primi. That's what these writing streams are for. To write, to edit, to chill with some nice music, and to talk to people. I like talking to people, so. You're not derailing at all, friendo. I'll just smite you down if that comes to it, but you know, we're good. I just smite ye. How many words is this anyway? Like Matt with short form of Matthew and Eagle. Matteagle. Okay, Matteagle. Sounds very fancy. Matteagle. Almost like Marigold. I'm gonna have some Matteagle. Sorry. If anyone's wondering, the soundtrack, it is what is the soundtrack called? Asian chill and relax lo-fi from Panda Beats No Copyright Sounds. If you like it, go check them out. This is a book. It will be, once I have about 6 chapters, I'll be releasing it on Royal Road. A couple chapters a week. I want to get about 6 chapters done though first, so I have some background. Like if I get sick or tired, we don't have to worry about people missing out, but this will be a whole book. It is a LitRPG book. The main premise is people get trapped in this town where stories are real and you have to play through them to survive. So you have to play through them like visual novels, basically, or like video games. Each player character has 3 lives. If they die in a story, they lose 1 life. If the story fails, so everybody dies in the story, everyone loses 2 lives. So you only have 3 lives. And every week it resets, you get a chance to get some more lives back. But that means that, yeah, you don't want to mess up too much, otherwise you'll die for real. Because you know what they say, if you die in the game, you die for real. Anyone get that reference? And what I'm currently writing is a prologue to the book. It's kind of a story that's happening. Oh, it might. It will, yes, it will. I'm not going to tell what yet because I want readers to discover it naturally, but there is a very, very big twist, which will happen at the end of book 1, which will significantly change how things are looked at. And I'm really excited to see if people figure out the twist before it happens. So keep an eye out. If you spot something, let me know. Let's see. The stairs are dark, lit by the occasional torch ensconced upon the wall. That's all I had to add. Torn yanks me into the nearest stairwell nearby, one of dozens that honeycomb the ancient keep, and in normal times allow servants access throughout the castle in the course of their duties. The stairs are dark, lit by the occasional torch ensconced upon the wall. I put scone. I must be hungry. Scone. Yes, the occasional lit torch in scone upon the wall. Very scony. We run downward, careful not to slip. The sound of pursuit is close behind us, but slowing as the close confines of the servants. I don't like using close and close so close together. Sound pursuit is near? No, close. I'll just say it's behind us. The sound of pursuit behind us. Yeah, that's better. We run downward, careful not to slip. The sound of pursuit behind us, slowing as the close confines of the servant stair make it difficult for men wearing bulky chain armor and fully outfitted to match our speed. As we descend, the stones change, older, more cracked, and made of darker color, worn smooth by centuries of servants' feet carrying water, linens, and meals to nobility above. Let's see, that will actually allow me to delete something earlier. I don't know what that dude in the music just said, but he sounded cool saying it. Where was that bit earlier where I had about the servants? Here, this one. I can delete this bit here where it says, and in normal times allow servants access throughout the castle keep. I can delete all that because later down I say, worn smooth by centuries of servants' feet carrying water, linens, and meals to the nobility above. So that basically tells us the same thing, so I don't really need to say it twice, and I like it being here better, so we'll have that one there. Yeah, some of these are a little confusing. This is the first draft, so I'll be I'll be making sure it gets fixed as we go. Which sentence was a little confusing? Was it this last one or the one earlier? Gotcha, okay. Yeah, that's the opposite of what I want to say, so maybe I need to work on that. Uh, yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Rereading it, it can definitely be taken that way. How do I want to fix that? Thank you for calling that out, by the way. I didn't even really notice it. I appreciate that. We run downward, careful not to slip. The sound pursuit behind us, slowing as the close confines of the servant's stare make it difficult for men wearing bulky chain armor and fully outfitted to match our speed. I think I just delete some of it. The sound pursuit behind us, slowing as the close confines of the servant's stare make it difficult for men wearing bulky chain armor to match our speed. I think the way I want to handle this is actually breaking this up into 2 sentences. Yeah, I think that would be the better way to handle it. We run downward, careful not to slip. The sound of pursuit slows behind us. I'm just having a hard time with this one for some reason. The tight confines of the stairs make it difficult for men fully outfitted in bulky chain armor with blade and buckler or crossbow to match our speed. Not really a big fan of that one either. Ooh, I'm gonna get rid of fully outfitted, I don't need that. I'm gonna get rid of stuff the weapons too. Yeah, that's kind of where I think I'm going with it. Um, the sound of pursuit slows behind us, period. The tight confines of the stairs makes it difficult for men in bulky chain armor to match our pace. No, but I think that works. It's not perfect, I still want to play with it later to make it sound a little better, but I think that works. The sound of pursuit slows behind us, period. The tight confines of the stairs make it difficult for men in bulky chain armor to match our pace. I do think adding pursuers in there would help, so I'm gonna do that, thank you. Let's see how this sounds. The sound of pursuit slows behind us, period. The tight confines of the stairs make it difficult for our pursuers in bulky chain armor to match our speed. There you go. That works. I think that works. Thank you. I took your suggestion. As we descend, the stones change, older, more cracked, and made of darker color, more smoothed by centuries of servants' feet, carrying water, linens, and meals to nobility above. Down and down we run for what seems like hours, but I know must be only minutes. We pass many doors and landings, but Torn continues. No time for question as to our destination. The air grows damp after a time, and I can hear it, soft at first, but growing in strength. The sound of rushing water. I had to real quick look up aqueducts, because I think I know what they are, but I want to make sure I actually remember what they are. Aqueducts are engineered conduits such as bridges, tunnels, and pipes destined to transport water from high elevation sources to cities. It don't really make sense for this to be an aqueduct. No, this would be an aqueduct. This would be an aqueduct. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bum ba dee da dun dun da dun 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 da. Bum bum ba dee da dun dun da dun da dun da. Bum bum ba dee dum bum ba. Sorry, I'm just again I got stuck in my music brain. Let's see what we got here. Where was I? Always got an email popped in, I just had to read it real quick. Alright. The air grows damp after a time, and I can hear it, soft at first, the growing in strength, the sound of rushing water. I just wrote a bunch of stuff. It's definitely not gonna sound good, but let's just read it out. Down and down we run for what seems like hours, but I know it must be only minutes. We pass many doors and landings, but the run continues, granting no time for question as to our destination. The air grows damp after time, and I can hear it, soft at first, but growing as strikes, the sound of rushing water. The aqueducts, we must be close now, an area to keep I was never allowed to go. Father said it was too dangerous. So I'm just doing some grammar changes here. Father said it was too dangerous. My heart pangs at the thought of him, now almost certain death. My heart pangs at the thought of him, now for almost certain dead. Well, that sounds bad. Yeah, we gotta work on this. My heart pangs at the thought of him. Some of this is a little bit amateurish. It's a little bit exposition heavy. These are all the kind of things I usually fix after I, in my edit waves. So we'll cut it back. We'll work in other areas. It's good to get this all out now though, because it at least gets it out on quote unquote paper. And then I can later kind of fit it in where it needs to move. The aqueducts, we must be close now. An area to keep I was never allowed to go. Father said it was too dangerous. My heart pangs at the thought of him, almost for certain that he is dead. And it says, at the almost. My heart pangs at the thought of him, certain that he is dead. The traitors will not be as focused on me were he to yet live, offering resistance. I know he would not be allowed himself to be taken alive. So like, yeah, all that, that's probably gonna be cut later. Not really needed for the story. We'll just cut it now. Why wait? My heart pangs at the thought of him, certain that he is dead. There you go. We don't need the rest. It's nice to have the rest because it adds, but it's just not needed for the story. It's really not. And that's kind of the hard thing about writing sometimes, is things that you like and you feel add to the world. If it doesn't serve the narrative, it probably can be cut. And it'll probably read better if it is. It's something that all writers need to kind of struggle with, I think, and learn as they go. A glimmer of hope tells me that he might yet live, but I know it is not to be true, not after hearing Mother scream. My mind again tries to tell me that it's not real, just a story. But the wet air, the taste of blood in my throat from the exertion of running, the memories, they all argue otherwise. Convincingly so. Yeah, I'm not sure how much of that would be left in as well, but a lot would probably be cut. Alright. And then we're at the bottom. Torn hammers in the door, flinging it wide and pulls me under the landing. The roar of water strong in my ears. It's another little tip, is that, very often will add extra qualifiers. So like in that sentence, I had the roar of water now strung my ears. We don't need now. This is in first person present tense. There's no reason to say now. That's literally was just me adding extra qualifier, and it's actually strung without it. So that's why I always say read things out loud, because I caught that when I was reading out loud. It just didn't sound quite right, so I cut it. Bats! Squeak, squeak, squeak! Water rushes through a pair of sluice gates, one on either end of a large underground chamber, part cave, part stone of the keep. Owen looks around wildly. We've never been to this place in the story before. We know no way out. See no door in which we can flee. Trapped. Our pursuers distant, but no doubt still on our trail. Where now? I have to shout over the water, hoping to solve Panatoan's plan. Look at that part. I have to shout over the water. Torn's hand still clasps mine tight, almost painful, as he looks around a moment longer, then focuses on the sluice gate on the eastern end of the chamber. A determined glint in his eye. Oh, hell no. No way, that's crazy, I cry, trying to pull my hand out of his grasp as if to pull his mind away from the thought. We can double back. Take one of the other doorways further up the stairs. Though his grasp remains strong, he turns, smiling a half-crazed, half-roguish grin that sets my heart pounding for reasons entirely unrelated to the tension of the moment. Bad brain, bad. Not now. Bad brain, bad. Not now. I chastise myself as he speaks. Hey, hey, hey. Look, man, the life or death situation. If anything, being in a life or death situation might make you a little bit more, you know what I mean? Like your blood's pumping, you're stressed out, you're amped up, you're tense. And then this person looks at you with this kind of wild, kind of crazed look in their eye. It's kind of confident and a little bit too sure of itself, but also kind of a little bit wild. Quite erotic, yes, a little bit, a little bit. Hey man, this story is taken from a romantasy series in this world. So we gotta add a little bit of a little bit in there, right? Just a little bit. Nothing untoward is happening. Just, a little hint. Stretchy time. Yeah, I did stretch. Bad brain, bad. Not now. I chastise myself as he speaks. Mm. It's the only way here, Kay. He quickly corrects. You can hear the lip bite from here. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna put that in there, but yes, if you can hear the lip bite, then that was a successful moment for me. Mm-hmm. Uh, Bad brain, bad. Not now. I chastise myself as he speaks. It's the only way, Kay. He quickly corrects himself. It's the water or the blade, and who knows? He shrugged. Maybe they can't swim. I can't swim. I practically scream. My character can't, anyway. Yeah. Hi, Jordan. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a great day. Looks like the chat kind of a little bit messed up. Let's see. Do I have these in the wrong spots? See here. Move that up a little bit. Yeah, today I'm doing a different voice. I'm trying to do different voices for the writing stream because I'd like to have some sort of difference in the general vibe. For the gaming streams, it's much more chaotic and kind of kooky and crazy, but for the writing stream, I want it to be a little bit more relaxed and chill, so I like this one. I hope you liked the different voice. I tried a lot out. I like this one the most out of the ones I was doing. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna change the one I use for gaming, but I actually do think this one sounds better, so I don't know if people would be up for that or even if I want to do that, but we might, maybe sometime for gaming we'll try this voice, but probably not. We'll see. We shall see, friendo, we shall see. Yeah. See, bad brain, bad, not now. I chastise myself as he speaks. It's the only way, okay? He quickly corrects himself. Gotta add that there. See right there. Because I read it out loud, I added on that I should have that. I'm gonna add it. It's the only way, okay? He quickly corrects himself. It's the water or the blade. And who knows? He shrugs. Maybe they can't swim. I can't swim, I practically scream. My character can't. Anyway. Yeah. Hold on tight, he says, half a question. And now we have a little bit of comedy. Oh, what's a good word? I'm looking for a good word for like kind of crazy but harried. It's right on the tip of my tongue here. Yeah, what is it? What's a good word? Frantic? No. God, I hate that. Do you ever get that where you are thinking of something like a word or a name and it's like it's right there in your brain? You can almost see it, like it's like half formed, but you just can't quite get it. I hate that so much. I'd almost rather just not even know it than have it like half there. Oh, it's right on the tip. Just the tip. Sorry, I had to make that joke. I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I can't recall the word I was thinking of, so I have to change the sentence. Words are hard. They are, aren't they? When I'm in editing mode, I'll maybe think of it, but I'm gonna just skip over it right now because I can't remember it. bum bum buddy dum bum ba da dum bum bum buddy dum bum ba da yeah 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 yeah. I think we're about 2/3 of the way through this prologue, so that's been pretty good. How long is this so far? I'm not a big fan of always counting words, but I want to keep it within 3,000 words if possible, so let's just see how long this actually is right now. Oh yeah, we're good. If anything, go a little bit longer. We're at 1,700 words. So that's not bad. That's not bad. That's fine. It's roughly 6 pages, I think. Maybe 7 pages. That's actually pretty good for just a couple hours. Anyways, I'm trying to get away from doing that. That's a habit I have, a bad habit where I count pages and word notes. That's why I'm using this word processor that's specifically designed to not have that. Instead, what I have is I have word goals. So it doesn't show me how many words I've written. It shows me a percentage of my daily goal. So I set a daily goal of how many words, not even how many words, how long I want to write. And it then tells me how much of my daily goal I've met for how long I want to write. So my daily goal is currently 2 hours. So I'm at about 134% of my daily goal. So yay! Alright, let's get back to the writing, yo. I'm excited to get to the ending of this prologue. Okay. I can't swim, I practically scream. My character can't, anyway. Yeah, hold on tight, he says. Have a question. Hold on tight, I exclaim. Gotta correct that, I said explain. Hold on tight, I exclaim. The pure adrenaline the last few minutes turning my voice frantic. Hold on tight, are you serious? Torn opens his mouth to respond, but I cut him off. I cut him off, my voice going even higher, almost a squeak at this point. Oh, that's right, I'll just hold on tight. Drowning? Nah, no problem, just hold on tight. Torn shuts his mouth, looking at me, an eyebrow raised. I breathe hard for a few moments, the panic in me subsiding as he places his torch and askance on the wall and takes up my other hand in his, now holding both, and steps in close to me. Yeah. Wait, Torn shuts his mouth, looking at me, an eyebrow raised. I breathe hard for a few moments. I'm just gonna drop a few moments. I breathe hard, the panic in me subsiding as he places his torch and askance on the wall and takes up my other hand in his, now holding both, and steps in close to me. Hey, it's going to be okay. Promise. His voice is soft, warm, and though he sounds stiff in his Torin, the words are the same as they are when he holds me at night and the fear threatens to take hold that will never escape. The next door will be it for us. His gaze, his voice, his warmth. I feel myself relaxing within them. I sigh. Okay, I trust you. This part's gonna need some work. I sigh. Okay, I trust you. And I do. Both inside the story and out. My memories of them mixing. Frank on the outside, Torn within. I'm meeting a slightly chubby geek in a faded Jurassic Park t-shirt that was ripped and spattered in blood, but a grin on his face. And another man, Torn, the one before me now, arriving 3 years ago with a merchant caravan and seeking work with my father. The same grin on both men and both sets of memory. That didn't sound so bad when I said it, but I did some automatic correcting when I said it. Actually, I think that's relatively fine. I sigh. Okay, I trust you. And I do, both inside the story and out. My memories of him mixing. Frank on the outside torn thin. I'm meeting a slightly chubby geek in a faded Jurassic Park t-shirt that was ripped and spattered in blood and a grin on his face. And I'm another man, Toran, one before me now, arriving 3 years ago at the merchant caravan and seeking work for my father. Same grin on both men and both sets of memory. Yeah, I think it works. It's a little convoluted, but we can fix it in editing. I trust you, I repeat, feeling it from the top of my head to the bottom of my toes, filling me. He hugs me then, a deep hug, a light squeeze I could get lost within. He hugs me then, a deep hug, a light squeeze I could get lost within. Footsteps thunder behind us, new torchlight flickering with movement. There they are, grab 'em, a crew of voices crashes from behind us. Time to go. Torn whistles in my ear, make me shiver, torn between panic and something else. Torn between something else primal. Time to go, Torn whispers my ear, making me shiver, torn between panic and something else, something as primal. He pulls me then, running, and it's as if the world slows to a crawl. I see the water's edge rapidly approaching, 20 feet. I look back, see 3 guardsmen, traitors, chasing after us, one loading his crossbow. 10 feet. I look forward, the water running fast near the the water running fast, a river between cut stone and cavern wall, and then we're in the air. And then we're in the air, leaping off the ledge and out into the air above the water. Near Torn laughing, wild and free. I can't help but join him. All the fear, the tension, having no clue if this is it. We're both in our last lives. We've never been in this part of the story before. My character unable to even swim. Be it all in the moment, laughter exploding out of me to join his own. Okay, now I need to think about where we go from here. So the general plot, the way I have it planned, is that they will, obviously not gonna drown, like obviously. That'd be a pretty, with this kind of game system that can happen, but they're both on their last lives, so it can't. That'd be pretty anticlimactic if they drown. So no, they're not gonna drown. They're gonna survive the aqueducts. It's gonna wash them out into the, under the cliff's edge. They will manage to grab onto the side before they're washed down a waterfall. They'll then take the cliffside path down, trying to escape. At which point, they'll actually have their pursuers catch up with them, having left, gotten on horses, and come out. Primary antagonist will be there. There will be a climax, a scuffle, and things will happen, which I'm not gonna say, I don't want to spoil them. And then we'll close out the prologue. So that's the general pathway we're planning on taking. Ghost Cat's getting a little bit tired though, so he's gonna take a nap. There you go, Ghost Cat is now sleeping. Da, 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 da. I forgot about him. He was playing for a long time, wasn't he? And now he's all curled up, nice and comfy. They'll catch up. Only if they bring the mustard. Yuck, yuck, yuck. You know, I feel like ketchup is overrated. I know it's low cal, it's like almost zero calories, so I guess it's better, but lately I've been using other things, like with french fries. Just a little dab of ranch with your french fries. Not a lot, because ranch does have calories, but that's really good. Way better than ketchup. I don't know, maybe I'm weird. Like, I wouldn't put ketchup on like a burger or something, though. That would be gross, so I don't know. Ketchup has its place. Why am I talking about ketchup, you might ask? I don't know. I don't know. That's just how we work here. That's just how we work. Doom bum bum buddy doom bum ba da boom buddy diddy doom bum ba da, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alrighty. Wait, what? Are you telling me that you've never had ranch? Is that like a thing? Is that like an American thing? Like, do other people not have ranch sauce? Spicy mustard? I've never been a big mustard person either, but I could see spicy mustard being good. I like barbecue mustard. My dad used to make a, I know there's a technical term for this, but my dad used to make a large roast that he'd like broil in mustard. So it'd just be a large piece of roast meat, and he'd cover it in this like mustard, usually spicy mustard like sauce. He'd just completely cover it, honey spicy mustard, and then he'd bake it for like, I don't know, like an hour or something, 2 hours. It was amazing. You have to go clean your room and do some, okay. And do some laundry, so see you next stream. Okay, Jordan, well, thank you so much for hanging out for a bit. I hope you have a wonderful day, and good luck on cleaning your room, okay, buddy? I'll, talk to you later then. Take it easy, friendo. You don't remember seeing ranch anywhere. I have to look that up. Is ranch sauce a mostly American thing? Huh. Yes, ranch dressing is overwhelmingly an American creation and staple, originated in 1950 by Steve Henson in California. Interesting. It's popular in Canada, but it's rarely found anywhere else. I'm Albrosha. That is interesting, Koronata-san. I did not realize that ranch dressing was not something you find anywhere else. How do I describe ranch dressing? Oh, I hope you're having a good day, Malbarosha. What you been up to? Koronata said that they've never had ranch, so I'm stunned, and apparently this is a thing. Oh, I'm glad I just remembered I forgot to take my medicine, so I should probably take that. Whoopsie. Boop-a-dee-boop-boop-boo. Sorry, 1 sec. I forgot to take some meds. Yeah, Coronado has never had ranch dressing. Ever. And that kind of shook me a little bit, if I'm being honest. But then I looked it up, and apparently ranch dressing is a mostly American and Canadian thing. It's not really found anywhere else, apparently. How would you describe ranch dressing? I know, right? That's what I just feel bad now. Like, I'm not making fun of Coronado, I just feel kind of bad for him. Like, how do I describe it? ranch dressing is... it's creamy. It's a little bit sweet. Just a little bit, but also a little bit sour. And a little bit of onion flavor in there, a little bit of garlicky. It's honestly, it's hot. You just gotta try it. Like, you gotta, like, I don't know if you can, like, have it imported or what, but you gotta try it, yo. It's worth it. It's worth it. Let's see. I know I'm a writer, so I should be able to encapsulate how ranch tastes. You gotta import it, yo. You gotta go on Amazon and import that stuff. It's kind of like creamy and savory. Yeah, creamy, tangy, and kind of addicted, like cool herby hug for your taste buds. Got this bright buttermilk zing up front, then garlic and onion steak in there, all smoothed out by mayo richness. Damn, that's good, yo. A little peppery, a little salty. Honestly, it's the flavor that makes salads feel like a treat instead of a chore. Whoa, that's like some marketing stuff there, yo. That's no brochure pulling out the hardcore descriptions there. That's it. Yeah, good. Yeah. I mean, that's it. I was gonna try to figure it out, but no, that's good. I'm gonna Google this for you. How to get ranch sauce in Germany. No, I love it. I love it. Okay, so Coronata. Apparently, Amazon.de frequently stocks brands like Hidden Valley, and that's a brand of ranch sauce. So apparently you could order it from Amazon. Otherwise you could probably try to make like a ghetto ranch, like discount ranch type thing. Which would basically be like, yeah, like getting buttermilk and mayo and herbs and mixing them all together. Maybe like a touch of like plain Greek yogurt to give it a little bit of like consistency, but I'd recommend just getting it off Amazon. But they say combine sour cream, mayo, buttermilk, garlic powder, onion powder, and dried herbs like dill, parsley, and chives. That's what some people say. Try it. Let me know what you think, yo. If I had money, I would just send you like a crate of it. So I'm stretching. I'm very stretchy right now. Ooh, that's a good stretch. I don't know if you guys remember, but I hurt my upper back a while ago, and it's still been kind of, ever since then, it's been a little messed up, so I'm just trying to make sure I stretch a lot. I probably should just actually go to like a physical therapist, but I don't know, whatever. I should do a lot of things I don't. Okay, so our story. Let me put my glasses back on, so I'm back in writing mode. Yes, now I'm back in writing mode with my glasses on. Here's where we left off. I'm gonna read just back a little bit. For anyone who might have came in the last minute, I'm gonna read back where we're at. Water rushes to a pair of sluice gates, one on either end of the large underground chamber, part cave and part stone of the keep. Torn looks around wildly. We've never been to this place in the story before. We know no way out and see no doorway in which we can flee. Trapped, our pursuers distant, but no doubt still on our trail. Where now? I have to shout over the water. Torn's hand still clasps mine, tight, almost painful, as he looks around a moment longer, then focuses on the sluice gate on the eastern end of the chamber, a determined glint in his eye. Oh, hell no. No way, that's crazy, I cry, trying to pull my hand out from his grasp as if to pull his mind away from the thought. We can double back. Take one of the doorways further up the stairs. Torn's grasp remains strong. He turns, smiling a half-crazed, half-roguish grin that sets my heart pounding for reasons entirely unrelated to the tension of the moment. Bad brain. Bad. Not now. I chastise myself as he speaks. It's the only way, Kay. He quickly corrects himself. It's the water or the blade. And who knows, he shrugs. Maybe they can't swim. I can't swim. I practically scream. My character can't, anyway. Ah, yeah. Hold on tight, he says, half a question. Hold on tight, I exclaim, the pure adrenaline of the last few minutes turning my voice frantic. Hold on tight? Are you serious? Torn opens his mouth to respond. But I cut him off, my voice going even higher, almost a squeak at this point. Oh, that's right, I'll just hold on tight. Drowning? Nah, no problem, just hold on tight. Torn shuts his mouth, looking at me, an eyebrow raised. I breathe hard, the panic in me subsiding as he places his torch in a sconce in the wall and takes my other hand in his, now holding both, and steps in close to me. Hey, it's going to be okay. I promise. His voice is soft, warm, and though he sounds different to Torn, the words are the same as they are when he holds me at night and the fear threatens to take hold that will never escape, that the next story will be it for us. His gaze, his voice, his warmth. I feel myself relaxing within them. I sigh. Okay, I trust you. And I do, both inside the story and out. My memories of them mixing. Frank on the outside, Torn within. Meeting a slightly chubby geek in a faded Jurassic Park t-shirt that was ripped and spattered in blood and a grin on his face. And of another man, Torn, the one before me now, arriving 3 years ago with a merchant caravan and seeking work for my father. The same grin on both men and both sets of memory. I trust you, I repeat, feeling it from the top of my head to the bottom of my toes, filling me. He hugs me then, a deep hug. A light squeeze. A light squeeze doesn't really mix with deep, does it? A tight squeeze that I could get lost within. Footsteps thunder behind us, new torchlight flickering within sorry. Footsteps thunder behind us, new torchlight flickering with movement. There they are, grab 'em! A cruel voice crashes from behind us. Time to go, Torn whispers in my ear, making me shiver, torn between panic and something else, something as primal. He pulls me then, running. And it's as if the world slows to a crawl. I see the waters at a rapid rate. Sorry, can't speak. Let me get a drink. I see the water's edge rapidly approaching. 20 feet. I look back, see 3 guardsmen, raiders chasing after, one loading his crossbow. 10 feet. I look forward, the water running fast, a river between cut stone and cavern wall. And then we're in the air, leaping off the ledge and out into the air above the water. I can hear Torn laughing, wild and free. I can't help but join him. All the fear, the tension, having no clue if this is it. We're both on our last lives. We've never been in this part of the story before. My character is unable to even swim. I feel it all in the moment, laughter exploding out of me to join his own. That's where we're at so far. I didn't go all the way to the beginning of the story, but that's just the last, couple pages. Cuddles up in a cozy corner. I hope you're very cuddly and happy in your little corner, friendo. Ooh, it's getting kind of hot in my room, though. One sec, it was super cold this morning, so I didn't want to turn on the heat, so I ended up just putting on, a sweater over a long sleeve shirt, over a short sleeve shirt, over a night shirt. I went a little bit much, I think. So let me just take some of this off one sec. Yeah. Yoink. That's better. Do 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 do. Hitting the water is like hitting a brick wall, like being punched in the gut. All the air leaving me at the sudden shock of the icy plunge. The water closes over my head, the current immediate and fierce, seeking to tear me from torn and into the depths. Yeah. And then I'm loose, hand grasping, seeking the dark of the water for anything to steady myself. The water closes over my head, the current immediate and fierce. Correct this. The water closes over my head, the current immediate and fierce, seeking to tear me from torn into the depths. And then I'm loose, hand grasping, seeking in the dark of the water for anything to steady myself. Can't see, my world split between the dark of the underwater in the dark of underwater and brief moments above as I kick my feet to try to swim, hampered by the fact that the character I'm playing in this story has no knowledge of how to do so. Pouring ice cream between mouthfuls of water, I feel myself losing against the current. Moments from being pulled be moments from being pulled under again and knowing I won't come back up. Bumpy dum bumpy da da bumpy da, yeah. Drowning does not sound like fun. I have no clue what they're saying in the song, by the way, so if they're saying things that are untoward or bad, I apologize. I don't think they are, but I have zero clue. Let's see. Ba-bum ba-bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dee bum bum. Water is everywhere, in my nose, mouth, and eyes. I gasp. This is it. I'm gonna die. My last life. Drown. There are worse ways to go. Thoughts are muddy. My thoughts are muddy, disjointed. I remember home. My real home. Mom will never know what happened to me. My brother, my friends, they all think I was just what? Vanished? What will they think? And the others back at camp, they'll know we failed the storyline. And they'll move on. Like they always do. Like we always do. Never mention the lost. Never mentioning the lost. Those too painful to recall. It's okay. Maybe I can sleep. Maybe I can rest. It's okay. Maybe I could sleep. Maybe I can rest. An iron grip pulls me by the hair and up out of the water. And up out of the water. An iron grip pulls me by the hair and up out of the water. Then transitions over to my wrist, pulling me out and dragging me onto a cold, rocky surface, pulling me the rest of the way up. I sputter, eyes closed, hacking up water out of my lungs. The hand hammers my back to help me catch my breath. I flop on my back then, breathing deep. Breathing. I'm alive. Holy shit, I'm actually alive. Arms encircle me, and I move toward the source of them. Torin, breathing deep. A ragged catch to his breath as he tries to reorientate himself to the fact that we're not dead. Probably just as surprised as I, despite his prior assurances. I opened my eyes to darkness. True darkness. I don't know how long we were in the water, but in the distance I can see the sluice gate. We're past that end of dock and into the aqueduct proper, where the water apparently thins out slightly. Where apparently the water thins out and there are stone ledges on either side. I could see the sluice gate. We're past it, into the aqueduct proper, where the water apparently thins out, and there are stone ledges on either side. Pathways cut into the rock? No time to consider. We should be moving, just in case pursuers have an alternative way to this spot, or have decided to bear if the waters could follow us. I can't bring myself to care, and Torrent's lack of dissent seems to echo my desire to just be. To exist in this moment past my thought I'd taken my last. I can't bring myself to care, and Torrent's lack of dissent seems to echo my desire to just be. Just to exist in this moment past my thought we'd taken our last. We clutch one another in the dark. Sometime later, I have no clue how long, splashing, unlike the natural sound of the water against the rock, catches my attention. Sometime later, I have no clue how long, splashing, unlike the natural sound of the water against the rock, catches my attention. I look up and see torches in the distance, nearing. They're still a ways off, but a line of torches on either side of the water past the sluice gate. It must have been a secret doorway into the aqueduct, and we'd not seen in the moments we had to consider. The guards are still on our trail. Maybe I don't like that. Yeah, I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. An age later. Okay, so what I have is I can't bring myself to care, and Torrent's lack of sense seems to echo my desire to just be. To exist in this moment past my thought we'd taken our last. We clutch one another in the dark. An age later, an hour, or perhaps just a minute, Torrent breaks the silence. We clutch one another in the dark. An age later, an hour, perhaps just a minute, Torn breaks the silence. We need to get back in. Keep going, he says, bone deep exhaustion clear in his voice from the pause. We don't need to do that. Bone deep exhaustion clear in its voice from the ragged pattern of his breath. Water's thinning out. It's not as rough. You can get on my back, we can make it. If I'm right on where we are, this should empty near the eastern cliffs. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to introduce some of the game elements, and I'm honestly thinking I'm probably gonna cut most of that. I might end up having this to read just like a completely normal story with some little elements that maybe don't quite make sense, and then after that we'll do the tutorial with the main character, and you'll learn about this stuff, and then it'll make sense, but, um, for now I'm writing it with it in here, and we can just cut it later. But let's see. I'm guessing I'm gonna cut almost all the game references. We'll see though. An age later, an hour, perhaps just a minute, Torn breaks the silence. We need to get back in. Keep going, he says, bone deep exhaustion clear in his voice from the ragged pattern of his breath. The water's thinning out. It's not as rough. You can get on my back. We can make it. If I'm right on where we are, this should empty near the eastern cliffs. If I'm right on where we are, that's the question. Neither of us really know, but he has something I don't in this moment. Something that tells me I should trust his intuition. Is this your shortcut feat? I ask, knowing the answer. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it should have put us on the right path to get where we need to be. But in taking the doors on the way down just did not feel right. I don't like the answer, but it's the best we have. That's how feats work. They just kind of do, and it's up to us on how to best interpret them. Is there such a thing as a writer's cut? You know, like a director's cut from movies? There should be. That's what we call draft 3926. Not the final draft. The final draft is what the readers see. The pre-final draft is would be the writer's cut then. Doom ba dum bum bum ba dee dum bum 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 ba dee dum bum bum. Yeah, I'm really still not sure if I'm actually gonna cut all the game references. My big concern is that this is literally the first thing people read in the story, and it's the first impression. And there's another story reason why I want it to not be too specific, why I want it to really read like it's just like you're seeing it happen. I don't know, I'll decide that later. For now, I think having them in there at least is helping me know what's happening and when it's happening, so I'm not gonna worry about it. We'll finish the prologue as it is, and then we'll either cut back later or leave it as is, and we'll figure it out later. Worrying about it too much now will just mean I don't finish it. Boom ba ding doo ba dee doom. Boom ba dee da doo dee doo doo doo. Okie dokie. I'd like to finish this prologue before we end today. Let's see here. Call a proofread, want to meditate? Yes, I guess that would be it. Wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it be a proofread? Let me scroll down a little bit so you guys can see. The reason I'm hesitating is that I had an original idea and I've kind of let the writing get a little bit away from me. Um, uh, yeah, I'm gonna have to switch my original idea a little bit up. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do that. Yeah, I guess the proofread would usually be one of the last versions. Yeah, it'd be kind of like you've done your main manuscript draft, you've done your original revision cycles, and the proofread is usually what you do before you're ready to go to production. So that would be the best equivalent to like a writer's cut. Yeah. maybe the development draft right before proofread, but yeah, be pretty comparable. How do I want to do this? Revise, revise, revise. That's why I'm always so impressed with people who write on things like Royal Road, is they just write so much so quickly. Like, some of these authors are doing 3 chapters a week, and I'm like, man, I don't know how you write, revise, and release that. They must just, I don't know, man. It's crazy. They do it so quick. But I'm trying to get up to that kind of speed. It's a very iterative process, that's for sure. I mean, some of the stuff's from long beforehand, though. Like there's some books I know of that have been out for years, even before AI stuff's really popular, and they were still doing like 3 chapters a week. So I'm gonna try to do that, but the way I'm gonna try to do that is I'm just gonna try to build up a big backlog. So I'm gonna try to get like 6 to 10 chapters, and then do like another couple every you know, then I'll just always have backup. Oh, no problem. I got it. I got it. You're good. You're good. You're funny and charming in your way. Are you bored? No, I'm not bored. Are you bored? Right now, I'm just trying to figure out how I want to move the story forward because I had an original plan and I let the writing get a little bit away from me, so I'm trying to recalibrate. Oh, I'm sorry you're bored. Well, hopefully you get less bored, friendo. In your way, that was sarcasm with a hint of teasing. Well, there you go. Teasing, hinting, sarcasm, that's what we do. See, I guess I really like this moment we just wrote, where they're in the darkness and stuff, but that doesn't really make sense for what I'd originally planned. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. What kind of stories do you write? I originally planned for them to be in the water still, and to have that be much longer, and then to have them get attacked when they're right out, like, still in the aqueducts, but that doesn't really work anymore. And thank you for shocking me last night. It was nice to have a friend stop by and say, "Oh yeah, no problem, friendo." I was happy to stop by and say hello, hello, hello. I don't always see it when people go online because I'm so scatterbrained, but whenever I do, I like to say hi. Oh, nice. Yeah, mangaka? That'd be fun, wouldn't it? That would be a lot of fun too. Anime stories are fun. Like, what kind of do you like shonen type stories like Naruto and Bleach and things like that, or more seinen like Like, what's your area for if you're gonna be a mangaka? Romance? Like, what would you be doing if you could? There's a really good manga that's about that actually. I don't remember what it's called, but Bakugan, I think. Hentai. Sure. But if you're really into the idea of being a mangaka, there's a manga or an anime you should check out. It's specifically about pair of kids who want to become mangaka, and it's really gives it deep into the process. It kind of shows them throughout the high school and then college, still trying to be mangaka and like working through it. Um, Bakuman, yeah, that's it, Bakuman. I think that's it, yeah. You should check that out, Bakuman. Yeah, it's about two ninth grader artists and a writer who team up to become successful manga creators for a weekly Shonen Jump. The story follows their journey, including their rivalry with other creators, their struggles with the publishing world, and a promise between Mahiro and his crush. They'll marry once their respective dreams are fulfilled. You tried to being in Swint last night. Somehow it's better. That's fair. Well, you know, the main thing I'm impressed about you, Malbrosh, is just how often you're on. Even if you're not always like super hyper and jazzed out, you're just on a lot, and I think that that's kind of fun, right? That's kind of cool that you can just be on and around. I get burned out from being on, so I wish I was on more often. Kind of relaxing to know that you're there, though. Dude, it is an interesting story. It is. I'm gonna skim over the rest of the time they're in the water a little bit because I don't think that's particularly interesting, so we're gonna skim forward a little bit. And so we go, into the water and the waves and the cold. I hold on to Torn for all that I can with every ounce of energy, and he sees us through the dark. Yeah, I can do it. I will survive. I'm just gonna kind of like, yeah. Um, I have some notes about where I want this to go, so let me see. Dum 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 dum. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm really struggling with this part. Okay. I think I know a fix I can make. Yeah, sure. So we're working on a lit RPG story, and this is the prologue to it. So in the prologue, what's currently happening is a man and woman, two lovers, were doing their thing in the middle of the night when a coup started in the castle, and the female character is the daughter of the local lord, and the guards are chasing her, the traitors are chasing her, and her adventurer lover is helping her to try to escape. They fled through the castle, down the servants' stairs, and now they're in the aqueducts where they jumped into the water of the aqueducts and they were swept away through the gate, trying to escape. That's where they currently are, and I'm a little stuck at this point in the story because I had a different idea, and I really like some stuff I read. Yeah, I am. This is a novel. The main concept of this novel is that it is a lit RPG adventure story where a group of people get stuck in this town, and inside the town, stories come to life. And they have to be played like a visual novel, kind of almost like a video game. So, for example, a character might be in the library and they'll open a book, and then they get sucked into that book story, and they have to play through part of that story in order to escape it and clear it. And they have to do that every week, otherwise they lose lives. And they have 3 lives, and if they lose them all, they die. But if they die inside the story, they lose a life. If the story fails, meaning everybody dies in the story, then everyone loses 2 lives, so they could die for real. And then every week it kind of resets and they get more. This is a prologue showing 2 characters inside of one of the stories. Exactly, exactly. And yeah, what we're writing right now is a prologue where where 2 players are inside of a story and it's playing out. So it's a romance, kind of like a romantasy story they're playing through right now. And things went bad. Things did not go the way they thought they were gonna go, and they're both on their last life. A little bit, yeah, a little bit. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, actually, that's a good example. Kind of, yeah. And like there's different routes, like true routes and route A, route B, and they can try to clear different routes. And some of them have different things that happen. And how well they do gives them rewards and things like that. For these 2 characters though, it is not going well. The rest of their group has probably been killed and they're the only ones left. So if they die, then at the very least they'll die for real. Because they both only have 1 life left. Yes, you die in the game, you die for real. What was that from? That was from a movie, right? I don't remember what it was called though. Okay, story focus. Let's see. No, there's another game. There's a movie that came out that had the "You die in the game, you die for real" tagline. It was a really kind of a B tier horror movie back in the 2000s. It had the kid from Malcolm in the Middle in it. Um, they were aiming to do a video game about it, but then they decided not to. Stay Alive. It's called Stay Alive. And that was a phrase they had in it, whereas if you die in the game, you die for real. Dum da da ding dum dum da dee dum bum bum, yeah. I am. Hello, friendo. How you doing today? The writing streams will be a bit early in the day. The gaming streams will still be late, but the writing streams will be a bit earlier. Sure. I actually have a Discord, and I have a writing channel in the Discord, and I encourage people to post their stories there. Um, I don't have a lot of people yet who are super into writing who post yet, but there's one or two, and if you wanted to, you could definitely jump on my Discord and post your story in that channel, and I'll make sure I read it. I also might start doing like a every other week I might read a story on the stream. So if you want to get your story read on the stream, or even just if you have an idea for a story, if you have a story, I might read it on the stream sometime. And if you have an idea for a story, though, I'd love to hear that too. So you're free to say that on Discord or here, wherever. If you have like your entire story, then probably put it on Discord. But if you have an idea for one that's shorter, yeah, sure, throw it up. Two boys named Konfi and Gojar live in Japan, Kyoto. Live far from their families. They both live together and share one apartment. Morning on 3/2/2016 when they're going to breakfast. Okay? You got me so far? When the clock hit 7:38 a.m., their bodies start going, and then Gojar disappeared and Kona freaked out. In seconds, he also goes unconscious. Interesting. For all things I'm going to tell you all, for example, to understand time loops, nothing happened in an actual story. Okay, sure, drop it. It's okay, no problem. I don't judge, I don't judge. A complete different world was looking like a fantasy world in the past, thousands of years ago, and the world was like fantasy where magic existed. And that's where Conif is. Whoa. Let's see. Where am I at? Okay, I say forcing myself to stand. And so we go, into the water and the waves and the cold. I hold on to Torn for all that I can, drifting for what feels like forever. And then we're out, passing through an opening in the rock and out into the night. Torn pulls us to a shore nearby, a sandy beach and bark embankment against the low road leading to the keep and the town built up around it. The moon is full in the sky above, casts its rays down upon us, a stark difference from the absolute darkness of the aqueduct, and the soft night breeze, normally warm for the time of year, sends me a shivering. Kone, if open his eyes, he'll be in a completely different person's body. For example, a swordsman, and somehow find each other and come make sure that Gojar and he get best friends. They're trying to find what's happening, and after 4 days, Konef, who's in the swordsman's body, his soul returned back to the normal time at exactly 7:38 a.m. However, Gojar will not come back, and Konef will try to find him. Ah, okay, that's kind of cool. That's a neat idea. It's kind of like a isekai time loop kind of thing. It's kind of cool. I like that idea. Ah. Want me to just get a drink real quick? Alright. I'm gonna need to work on this part of the story. This is pretty... As you guys can see, I've had a bit of a hard time with this part of the story. Okay, Melbrosha, thank you for the lurking, friendo. I hope you have a great day. I'm honestly tempted to delete all this and just go back to my original plan. I'm very tempted just to do that. I kind of liked it, but I'm gonna delete all this and just go back to my original plan. Yeah, I'm going backwards. That's what happened. You know, that's happened sometimes you're writing. Sometimes something just doesn't really work out and you just gotta go back a bit. That'll happen. I think part of being a good writer is being able to recognize that and being able to just say, you know what, it didn't work out. I'm just gonna delete some stuff and I'm gonna just sacrifice for the greater good. in writing courses I've taken, they always call it kind of killing, air quote, killing your baby a little bit. I know it's a horrible way of saying it, but when you're writing things, it does kind of feel like that. Like, I created that. I really like it. I like the way it sounds, but sometimes it just doesn't work and you gotta kill your baby, right? Kill the baby. Don't actually do that. I'm gonna stop saying that because that's gonna get me like demonetized here. I'm not monetized, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Alright, so just to be clear, so we went backwards a bit. Here's where we're at right now. Water is everywhere, my nose, mouth, and eyes. I gasp. This is it. I'm gonna die. My last life. Drown. There are worse ways to go. My thoughts are muddy, disjointed. I remember home, my real home. Mom. Mom will never know what happened to me. My brother, my friends, they all think I just what, vanished? What will they think? All the others back at camp? They'll know we failed the storyline and they'll move on. Like they always do. Like we always do. Never mentioning the loss. That was too painful to recall. It's okay. Maybe I can sleep. Maybe I can rest. An iron grip latches onto me in the dark, torn, hand warm despite the cold, pulls me to him and forces my head above water, take me onto his back as the panic almost sinks us both. That's where we jump back to. Am I not live on YouTube anymore? No, I am. Okay. I think I just had a very brief moment of disconnect. My bad. That's weird. Looks like I'm still live. Brief moment of Yeah, we're still live. Okay. Do 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 do. I was panicked because I saw chat disconnected. If I missed any messages, I apologize. Yeah, there's a few things. I had originally a very rough draft, like a very rough outline already written to this, and that I've diverged a few ways, unfortunately. Ooh. Go back even further. I'm just going back and adding some things that I missed. I'll read it out when I get there. coming along pretty. I got a bit. There's some details I missed, and I got a little bit lost, so I'm going back to add some things. I got a little bit confused, so I'm just going back a little bit. Hi, Scruffy. Oh, that was somebody sharing an interesting idea they had for their story, and it sounds pretty interesting. I'm glad they shared it with us. It kind of sounds like an isekai time loop story. Okay. So here's where we went back to. We're all the way back to when they first entered the, aqueduct chamber. And then we're at the bottom. Torn hammers into the door, flinging it wide, pushing me out onto the landing. The roar of water strong on my ears. Water rushes through a pair of sluice gates, one on either end of the large underground chamber, part cave and part stone of the keep. The air was cool and thick with the smell of earth and water. Massive stone pillars held up the weight of the keep above, disappearing up into the darkness. Thorn looks around wildly. We've never been in this place in the story before. We know no way out. We see no door in which we can flee. I delete that part. Thorn looks around wildly. We've never been in this place in the story before. Where now? I have to shout over the water. Thorn's hands still clasp mine, tight, almost painful, as he looks around a moment longer, then focuses on the sluice gates on the eastern end of the chamber, a determined glint in his eye. Oh, hell no. No way. That's crazy. And we're moving past that part. Okay. Now we're moving down on there. They get found again. Footsteps thunder behind us, new torchlight flickering with movement. Time to go, Torn whispers in my ear, making me shiver, torn between panic and something else, something as primal. He breaks into a sprint, forcing me to pump my legs hard to keep up as he pulls me along. Torn whispers in my ear, making me shiver, torn between panic and something else, something as primal. He breaks into a not sprint, spring. Not sprint, spring. Not spring, sprint. He breaks into a sprint. He breaks into a sprint, forcing me to pump my legs hard to keep up as he pulls me along. We duck behind one of the large support pillars, the ground slick beneath my feet. I don't need to say that, just the ground slick. The ground slick, covered in a thin layer of, not moss, moisture. Gosh, I must be getting tired. He breaks into a sprint, forcing me to pump my legs hard to keep up as he pulls me along. We duck behind one of the large support pillars, the ground slick, covered in a thin layer of moisture that makes each step treacherous. I know, right? Breaking into a spring does sound quite uncomfortable. How many? I gasp, catch my breath as Torn peeks around the pillar to see our pursuers. Interesting texting you like it even though your English is really bad. Well, I appreciate you hanging around, friendo. Especially even if your English isn't quite up to it, but I appreciate you being here and I hope you're having nice, chill vibes. He breaks into a sprint, forcing me to pump my legs hard to keep up as he pulls me along. We duck behind one of the large support pillars. The ground's slick, covered in a thin layer of moisture that makes each step treacherous. How many? I gasp, catching my breath as Doran peeks around the pillar to see our pursuers. He curses and pulls me forward again, running down the length of the landing, along the water's edge, a churning and raging force of river. Yeah. Churning, He curses and pulls me forward again, running down the length of the landing, along the water's edge. It rages through the chamber on one side and up the other. Don't look back, Torn yells. I look back. Don't look back, Torn yells. I look back. Three, maybe four men, silhouettes against the stairwell's dim light give chase. Another three near the wall's edge, loading. Yeah, hello, Jean Friendo. Torn, I scream, giving warning just in time. Torn, I scream, giving warning just in time. He shoves me sideways as an arrow whistles by, close enough to slice a line of red across my cheek. Yeah. I'm annoyed because Grammarly keeps giving me a suggestion and it keeps being a bad suggestion, so I keep pinning no, but I don't remember it. And I keep going back and like, no, stop it, Grammarly, stop it. You are bad. Bad, Grammarly, bad. Do 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 do. Bum 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 body dum bum bum. Yeah. The original ones chasing had crossbows, but you're right, that is an inconsistency, isn't it? I should make sure to make a note of that. Good catch on that. Yeah, that's a good catch. I guess it'd be a mix, but that's confusing. So let's just stick to one and crossbows because I'd already mentioned them. And guards would have crossbows. They wouldn't have. Yeah, untrained guardsmen would probably have crossbows and not like bows and arrows. At least in this world. Game breaking glitch. There you go. Let's see here. Try to find that spot. Bolt. He shoves me sideways as a bolt whistles by. Close up to slice a line of red across my cheek as it streams in the darkness. Another sparks across stone nearby. Here we go. Good call out, Ninja. Or Ninjosh. Ninjosh Panda. I like your name. Niff, Grammarly, I hate you. You can't see it, but it keeps. It's the same one, it keeps popping up. You like red pandas a lot. You are. And you are you're a real life ninja. And you josh around quite a bit. Well, there you go. You like pandas, you're a real life ninja, and you josh around. Thus, you are the Ninjosh Panda 6668. Fancy. So are you 6,668 pandas ninjas, or are you just like one? Or are you the 6,668th one of your kind? Ah. Yeah, there we go. We run deeper into the undercroft, past old barrels green with age, past Galto racks that once held wine to my grandfather's time. The torchlight of our pursuers. 6,668 pandas and 1 trench coat. Damn you. We run deeper into the undercroft. I didn't introduce it as the undercroft. I say aqueducts. Oh, really? Yeah, they did it to mine too. My YouTube thing has that as well. No clue why. Well, I'm gonna assume that as Koronata-san or Gugoru Katsu over on Twitch said, you are 6,668 pandas in a single trench coat. That's what I'm gonna assume. We run deeper into the aqueducts, past old barrels green with age, past skeletal racks that once held wine from my grandfather's time. The torchlight of our pursuers cast wild shadows and chase across the vaulted ceilings far above, making the space seem alive, pulsing with movement. There's another line I need to add at some point to make this make sense. You approve of the theory, there you go. I changed something earlier, and then we're at the bottom. Torn hammers into the door, flinging it wide, pulling him out into the landing. The roar of water strung my ears. We enter the keep undercroft, a large chamber beneath castle. Beneath the castle houses the aqueduct, storage, and more. Water rushes through a pair of sluice gates, one on either side of the large chamber. Part cave and part stone. Part cave and part stone of the keep. The air is cool and thick with the smell of earth and water. Mass stone pillars help the way to the... I'm getting a little bit redundant here. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit redundant. Alright, I think this one line will help. Torn's hand still clasps mine tight, almost painful as he looks around a moment longer, then focuses on the sluice gate and the eastern end of the chamber, a door leading to the keep's aqueducts nearby, a determined glint in his eye. They're not in the aqueducts yet, they're in kind of like an undercroft. And then, well, it is the aqueducts, but there's a door leading deeper into them. What is that called? I'm sure there's a word for it. Is there a word for that? Like, you have aqueducts, and then if you have like a tunnel that's moving with water in it, that's part of the aqueducts. Is there a name for that, or is it just all the aqueducts? Like, that's good. That's where I'm stuck. Like a causeway. Like, I'm sure there's a technical name for this. Google this. Channel, conduit, or flume? What the hell is a flume? Spillway, culvert. Okay, this is a few words. I guess we could spillway would probably work. Aquifer? Is it? It might work. Let me look that one up. I think spillway works better in this case because this is specifically like the where they're running specifically is like where the water so the water comes into the keep to the aqueducts. It runs under it and then it goes back out. So where it goes back out would be called the spillway, I think. So they're running into the spillway. Yeah, that makes sense. I know, right? This is the part of fantasy writing that they don't talk about, is having to come up with all these damn words. Okay. So they're in the aqueducts. Yeah. Thrown wildly. We've never been this place in the keep in the story before. Where now? I have to shout over the water. Torrance hands still clasp mine tight, almost painful, as he looks around a moment longer, then focuses on the sluice gate on the eastern end of the chamber. A door leading to the spillway out of the keep, a determined glint in his eye. I have to rework that a little bit. Thorn's hand still clasps mine tight, almost painful, as he looks around a moment longer, then focuses on the sluice gate on the eastern end of the chamber. Door leading to the spillway out of the keep nearby. Ah, that doesn't quite work either. Let's see. As he looks around a moment longer, the focus on the sluice gate on the eastern end of the chamber. A door leading to the spillway out of the keep is set in the wall nearby. I don't have to say out of the keep, just the spillway. Door leading to the spillway is set into the wall nearby. A determined glint. Yeah, that's it. I like that. That's good. So now I have it as Torrance hands still clasp mine tight, almost painful, as he looks around a moment longer, then focuses on the sluice gate on the eastern end of the chamber. A door leading to the spillway is set into the wall nearby. A determined glint enter his eyes. I need to rework that a little bit, but I think that's good enough for now. So now I think it's clear that they're in the aqueduct. He's looking at the sluice gate. He sees a door to the spillway. They're gonna run for the spillway. I think that's now clear. It is a weird word. Sluice is a very weird word. Like a saucy slice. Sluice. I don't know. And I think all this now makes sense. I'm just skimming it real quick to make sure. Because I before E, but sometimes Y? I don't know. What's the reason for the I in sluice or the L in sluice? Because otherwise it'd be Seuss. And if it's Seuss, then we need to have a cat in a hat. It's the law. Uh-huh. Okay, here's the only other area where I might get messed up, so I want to reread this. Footsteps landing behind us, new torchlight flickering with movement. Time to go, Torn whispers in my ear, making me shiver, torn between panic and something else, something primal. He breaks into a sprint to force me to pump my legs hard to keep up as he pulls me along toward the far door. We duck behind one of the large support pillars, the ground slick, covered in a thin layer of moisture that makes each step treacherous. How many? I gasped, catching my breath as Torn peeks around. I don't like that I'm doing that a lot. I'm doing a lot of that sentence structure. I'm saying as Torn, as they. That's something that I'm gonna have to get in editing because I have that sentence structure a lot. I don't want to do that. So we'll definitely have to edit that out later. Bum bum beep ba da bum 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 bum. How many? I gasped, catching my breath as Torn peeks around the pillar to see our pursuers. He curses and pulls me forward. I don't need to say again, just pulls me forward. Running down the length of the landing, along the water's edge, it rages through the chamber. That's what I know. It's just something I'm taking note of. It annoys me, but that's part of what you need to learn. And some people can edit as they go, and I do a little bit of that, but I find that if I do too much editing as I go, I never finish it. So what I need to do is I need to make a solid first draft and then edit. So what I'll do is I'll try to finish the prologue, then I'll edit the prologue. I'm not talking a comprehensive edit. We're not talking like publish ready edit. I will do a edit. And I'll move on. And once I hit a certain milestone, then I'll go back and make it all publish ready. But if I play with it too much, I'll just never finish it. I'll keep playing around with it, you know? He curses and pulls me forward, running down the length of the landing along the water's edge as it rages through the chamber. Don't look back, Torn yells. I look back. 3, maybe 4 men, silhouettes against the stairwell's dim light give chase. Another 3 near the wall's edge, loading. Torn, I scream, giving warning just in time. He shoves me sideways as the bullet whistles by, close enough to slice a line of red across my cheek as it streams into the darkness. See right there? Instead of saying as it streams into the darkness, I can say across my cheek, streaming into the darkness. There you go, there's one. Another sparks across the stone nearby. We run past old barrels green with age, past skeletal racks that once held my grandfather's time. The torchlight of our pursuers cast wild shadows and chase across the vaulted ceiling far above, making space alive. Feel alive, seem alive, whatever, pulsing with the movement. There you go. I feel like I'm basically back on track. Dun, 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 dun. Are you using the web extension called Writer? I am not. What I'm using here is very simple. I'm using actually it's made to be as simple as possible. This is a word processor that you see. This is called Focuswriter. Um, Focuswriter is all about having as little as possible on screen to distract you. So there's no pages, there's no page breaks, there's no page number or word count. It's just pure text. Now, when you save it as a document, it does have all that stuff, but it's kind of behind the scenes, so I don't like see it. I also just like this format. I really like the deep black with the neon purple or neon green. That reminds me of Alien. But that's all I'm using. I have Grammarly running in the background as well. And as I've told people before, Grammarly is AI. It does scan your writing, so be aware of that. And it is trained on your writing, so be aware of that. And it is not always correct. There are many times where it will not be correct. So be very aware of that. Do not just automatically accept anything Grammarly tells you. I use it because I feel like it is better than standard word processor like spell check, but it's also not like I'm not feeding it directly into like Grok or ChatGPT or something, you know? Kind of a middle ground. I was gonna add that he got hit by a bullet here, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. Maybe I should. I don't know. That's super realistic that they're not getting hit by anything. Like, what are these guard stormtroopers? Does it now? I have to check that out. I'll have to look that up because it sounds interesting. If it's similar, I'll have to check it out. Yeah, this is literally just a word processor called Focuswriter. It has pretty bare bones. It has themes you can download. And then it also has this where you can focus on text actually, where I'm gonna say focus. Right now focus text is off, but I can see 3 line. See how everything else just got dim? How everything else just got dim? That's because it's focusing on only certain parts. So it's focusing on 3 lines at a time, see? Everything else is kind of faded into the background. I could change that to focus on the paragraphs, and now it's the entire paragraph. And I think you can even do like individual lines. But yeah, like individual lines are not focused. I like to have everything on, but that's just me personally. If I was writing this off stream, I'd probably have it focused to just the paragraph. But I want you guys to be able to read this, so I have it set to more. And then there's themes. You can't see it because it didn't show up on the OBS, but I clicked themes and there's different cool themes. Like there's even some that make it look like a scroll, like a fantasy scroll, or like you're writing in the forest. It's pretty cool. I like this one though. I like it just being just plain black with green text. It is cool. I recommend it for people who have a hard time focusing because I have really bad ADHD. So I have a very hard time focusing when I'm writing if I don't have like music on and if I have too many things happening. I always recommend Focuswriter to people who either struggle with focus when they're writing or if they just want something that's a little bit more simple with less bells and whistles, you know? Alright, where are we? We arrive at the door to spillway. Torrent kicks it in, not stopping, yanking me through as more bullets clatter around the entry. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I was gonna have him get hit by a bolt here, but let's not. It makes sense they didn't hit. They're chasing him. It's kind of dark. They're kind of zigzagging. It makes sense they didn't get hit. Stormtrooper aim! Yeah, there you go. It's a little Stormtrooper aim, but I don't think it adds anything really dramatically, narratively. Doesn't really add any good narrative way for him to get hit by a bolt here. I might add it later, but for now I'm not gonna do it. There would be none, but there's so did I not say that? Oh god, I might not have said that, did I? Let's see. Yeah, I think there's some. Yeah, I don't think there's any light except for the torches that they're carrying. And Torin and Kalen, which are the two main characters, he put his torch into a sconce on the wall, so he doesn't even have a torch. Then how did he see? Okay, yes, there's not a lot of light. I might need to make that more clear, but yeah, there's not a lot of light, so that makes sense. Then how are they seeing now? Because I never said that he picked his torch back up. I should do that. Yeah, I should add that he grabs his torch back up. Yeah, no. I like the idea of them running down the spillway in the complete dark. Is the music done? Oh wow, yeah, we listened to the entire thing. Okay. Wow. I didn't realize we got through that all. Okay. Let me get another soundtrack on. Synthwave maybe? Yeah, it's a little less lo-fi, but that's okay. That's okay, that's a little less lo-fi. I'm thinking it'll be mostly just the light of their pursuers that they're seeing by, so it's mostly dark. Okay, so I'm just envisioning it. So they had a torch when they ran down the stairs. They burst into the aqueducts. They take a moment, he puts his torch on the wall so he can hold Kalen. Then, their pursuers follow, bursting in. Torin and Kalen run for the spillway, which they saw by the torchlight of his torch when he was originally in the room. They don't have a torch, but they are running, and their pursuers all have torches, so it lights everything up behind them, giving them enough light to see the spillway still and make it there and dodge behind things and see the barrels. This all makes sense. It also is dark enough that and the light is more in their faces, so the guards would not necessarily be able to hit them because it is harder to see because the light's closer to them and further away from Torin and Kalen. Once Torin and Kalen get into the spillway, it would be basically pitch dark. So they're gonna run downwards into the pitch dark. It's gonna be completely dark. They're gonna stumble down their way until their pursuers get into the spillway behind them, in which case there'll be some small lights behind them that slightly limit their rate as they're still fleeing. There we go, it all works. It's a good thing to do that every now and then, just kind of do like a logic check of like, does this actually make sense? You know what I mean? Dun 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 dun. The I was about to add a whole bunch of world building. Now we don't do that. This is the chase scene. We're adding world building in the chase scene. That's another little tip for writing. Know your scene. Add world building where it makes sense to add world building. They are in a chase. It does not make sense to stop and just suddenly start adding world building. We are close to 5 hours though? Damn, we are, yeah. I'll have to go not too long because I do have a bunch of work I need to do today as well. But that's some fun so far. I was really hoping to get this done though. If we can't, but I was really hoping to at least get the prologue done in one big, crunch. We're so close. Yeah, we're not that close. We're like halfway. Yeah, we're about halfway actually. Bum 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 bate bum bum bum. It'd be cool if we get the prologue done in one video, but yeah, I'm not sure I will. Bum 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 body dum bum 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 body bum body bum bum bum. Alright, let's see where we're at. So they're dashing down the spillway. The path slope immediately slopes downward, and we take it as a run, continuing our mad dash while we hope with freedom, and doing our best to hug the left side of the path. Free what? I don't like that. Path immediately slopes downwards, and we take it as a run, continuing our mad dash with hope with freedom. Period. We hug the left side of the path, free water running to the right. Do 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 do. burst away as dark as pitch, as the void, until the sound of men yelling and torchlight filtering behind us, granting the light to run by, is not a welcome change. That's not very good sounding, but we're gonna move on from it. Okay, Ninja Trash Panda, we'll be done tonight. I mean, we'll be done pretty soon. I hope you had a really fun time, and I'm planning on doing writing streams every week on Tuesday at 6 a.m. Pacific time, or 7 a.m. Pacific time, and I might try to do some throughout the week as well. I hope to see you again sometime. Have a good one, friendo. Have a good one. Hop on our Discord if you get the chance. We'd love to have you there. Bum 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 bum. Thanks for hanging out. Dun 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 dun. Ho 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 ho. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. This music's pretty good. Bum 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 bum. Sorry, I got stuck in it again. Alright, I really want to finish the story in this one stream, but sometimes you just... Let's at least finish this part. I keep feeling I should get going because I have work to do, but let's at least finish this part. Because it's kind of broken up, you know? The water on the side grows deeper, the spillway taking the water from the keep out in the valley below. Where it lets out, I don't know, but that it lets out at all is what matters most. It's our only pathway to safety now. let's see. And then we hit a dead end. The water has grown deeper and continues to flow through a small arch outward to the freedom. No. And then we hit a dead end. Period. The water's grown deeper and continues to flow through a small archway. The water has grown deeper and continues to flow through a small archway out to freedom, but the walking path stops on a solid wall of rock. What's out? I don't know. What the heck? What's out at all is what matters most. It's our only pathway to safety now. Torn gives you that grin again, the one that makes you weak at the knees. He squeezed my hand and looks to me, the water, and then back that we came, tunnel filled with guards coming ever closer. Torn gives you that grin again, the one that makes you weak in the knees. He squeezes my hand and looks to me, the water, and then back to where we came, tunnel filled with guards ever closer. Hold your breath when I say, he says, his voice echoing in the confined space. Don't fight the current, let it take you, and hold on to me. Don't let go. Hold your breath then. Hold your breath when I say, he says, his voice echoing the confined space. Don't fight the current, let it take you. And hold on to me, don't let go. I smile nervously and open my mouth to say something, anything. I want to crack a joke. Period. I want to crack a joke, say something stupid. I settle on I love you. Alright, now we do the jump thing. Now we're connecting it back up to our current layer. Hitting the water is like hitting a brick wall, like being punched in the gut, all the air leaving me at the sudden shock of the icy plunge. Water closes over my head, the current immediate to fear, seeking to tear me from torn and into the depths. And then I'm loose, hand grasping, seeking the dark of the water for anything to steady myself. I can't see. My world split between the dark of underwater and brief moments above as I kick my feet and try to swim, hampered fact that the character I'm playing in the story doesn't know how to do so. I'm not gonna include that. We already said that earlier. I can't see. My world split between the dark of underwater and brief moments above as I kick my feet, fighting to stay afloat. Torrent, I scream between mouthfuls of water. I feel myself losing against the current, moments from being pulled under again, and know I won't come back up. Water is everywhere, my nose, mouth, and eyes. I gasped. This is it. I'm gonna die. My last life, drown. There are worse ways to go. My thoughts are muddy, disjointed. I remember home, my real home. Mom will ever know what happened to me. My brother, my friends, will all just think I just what, vanished? What will they think? All the others back at campus don't know how we failed the storyline, and they'll move on, like they always do, like we always do, never mentioning the lost that was too painful to recall. It's okay. Maybe I can sleep. Maybe I can rest. An iron grip latches onto me in the dark. Torrent, hand warm despite the cold, pulls me to him and forced my head above water. Bum bum bada dum bum 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 bum. An iron grip latches onto me in the dark. Torrent, hand warm despite the cold, pulls me to him and forces my head above water. Swim, he shouts. Swim, he shouts above the roar of the spillway. Stay with me. Swim, he shouts above the roar of the spillway. Stay with me. Swim, he shouts while the roar of the spillway. Stay with me. And I do. Kicking, paddling, letting him make up the difference. My head stays above the water. It's dark. Let's see. It's dark on the spillway now. Torch lost and no light inside the cramped, water-filled tunnel, pulling us along its currents. All I have is Torin. Behind us, I hear a splash. First one, then many. Torin, there. I know. Keep swimming. We are nearing the end, I think. The curse of the men, the curse of the men behind confirmed for me what the splashes had hinted. The guards, at least some of them, have followed our man leap into the water. What is driving them to such? I don't know, but they're clearly not going to give up. I pray they all drown. But they didn't. Nope. Unfortunately, they will not. I place my hand on the wall, letting it steady me further as the water slows to a more sedate pace. We drift for a time, allowing the timelessness of the dark to consume us. Suddenly, my hand catches on something, a ledge, a step perhaps. Form moves forward in the water, lending his greater strength. We pull, and within moments are up and out of the current. Water streams from icy hair and ruined dress, my entire body shaking with cold and exhaustion. Dora's not much better. We both look like drowned rats. Hair messy and a crazed, thankful look in our eyes. We follow the stairs up by touch alone. The darkness still absolute. The waters were fades behind us, replaced by heavy breathing in the pad of wet feet and stone. My slippers lost in the currents. At least Torn has his boots, so they squelch with every step. And then there's light. We round a corner and find the grate above, filtering moonlight from a clear night sky into what we can now see is a very rough stone passageway covered in moss and age. Clear disuse. I don't need the last part. I don't need that last part. We're past the outer... We're past the outer walls, torn whispers. From the angle of them... let's see. I'm not gonna add that, sounds too... We're past the outer walls, torn whispers. Looking out. We're past the outer walls, torn whispers. Standing on his toes to see outside the grate. I'd say we're not far from the ravine. We're almost... The call by heavy boots from the patch behind us silences Torn. Damn them. Why are they so persistent, Torn sees? They must really need you in this route. Oh, it's just the narrative fucking with us, I say without afflection. I'm tired, beyond tired. I just want it to end. Please, just be over. We keep climbing, following the passage ever upwards. My thighs burn with the effort. Tor keeps pulling me along as he has all along. I feel so useless. We both have one life left. I know his character's made this way. The man behind the character, Frank, put more points in the physical. But still, can't help but cry at how useless I am here. Yeah. I can't help but cry at how useless I am. Tears falling silent to the earth. I'm just useless in this moment, when our lives are both truly on the line. Useless. I might have made a mistake earlier. I was talking about how they looked, but they didn't have any light to see how they looked, so I'll have to catch that later. I would actually move that. Whatever. I'm not gonna fix it now, but I'll have to remember to. I'll make a note to fix it later. The moonlight grows stronger as we climb higher, now showing down at us from X in the passage ahead. We reach the exit. A single great bar is our exit. Our exit. One torn, Mama? I should know. I'm Dish. One torn pushes free from rusted bars and crumbling stone with ease. And then we're out. Out of the dark, out of the confines of what was nearly a watery tomb. Breathing the night air, looking up at the sky, seeing a million billion stars, twinkling as if in greeting. Oh, thank you so much for the subscription, Stone Eyes. How you been? I hope you've been well, friendo. Thank you so much. 7 months, wow. It's crazy it's been that long, friend. That's crazy. It's been a little while, so I hope you've been doing well. Bum 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 bum. It is crazy. It is crazy. It's been a wild, I think we're at about a year streaming now. Let's see. What is my oldest video? Let me check. What is my oldest video? You went just slammed to school, huh? It sucks. Not quite a year yet. We are 11 months, so we are almost a year old now for streaming. That's crazy. But 11 months is my oldest short. Well, I hope you're staying healthy and still keeping sane with all the schoolwork. I know how that can be. That can definitely be a lot. I'm glad I'm not in school anymore, but actually I kind of miss it. Enjoy school. As long as you can, enjoy it. Enjoy. Bum ba da bum 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 ba da bum bum ba da dum bum bum ba da bum. And yeah, thanks again for the subscription. I really appreciate it. I gotta fix my notifications apparently because I did not hear any noise. I gotta figure something new for that because they seem like they break a lot. But every bit helps, and you know, I appreciate it. Still got that nice first mark there, don't you? Founder. You are a founder of the Ghoul Slap. Bask in their power. The founder has come. Bum 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 bum. I'm just fixing some spelling issues here real quick. Alright, we have the moment is surreal. After so long in the dark, I close my eyes, aware we have no time to waste, but we both take a moment, a single moment before moving forward. We're high in the passes, not the ravine like I thought. Even better, it means there's no way for the traitors to reach us, Torn says, looking around the vista for us. Let's see, this got messed up. I look around, the moon full and high in the sky, not a cloud in sight. The mountain pass is clear and beautiful in the night, a carpet of trees below, leading to Castle Silver Peak, my home no longer. Fire burned in the courtyard where someone had set flame to the stables, whether intentionally or by accident in the night. Let's see. A distant bell chimes on the wind and I see fighting in the streets to keep town. Some yet stand for my family. It gives me hope even as it breaks my heart. I'm all that's left. I shake my head, fighting through the haze of the character, Lady Caitlin Silverbeak. I am not her, she is a character, I am me. Go and place the hand on my back. Torn placed the hand on my back, reassuring. Motioning. Motioning towards a natural path leading deeper into the passes. Dorn placed a hand on my back, reassuring, motioning towards a natural path leading deep into the passes. We can get the escape together Route C if we can lose our last trail in the mountains. Not ideal, but better than all the other routes, he says, checking his leather armor and pulling up the short blade at his waist, which was somehow kept throughout our ordeal in the spillway. This way, no time to. A figure bursts from the passage behind us. Not a soldier, but Amund. Cousin Amund. A figure burst from the past behind us. Not a soldier, but Amon, cousin Amon. His fine doublet is soaked and clean to his frame, his family's blade held naked in his hand. Cousin, he breathes hard. This doesn't need to end in more death. Amon? Amon is the antagonist this time? We've run this plot at what, a dozen times? Never, Amon, never. He's nothing. My character's cousin is soft, kind, a bit spoiled, but certainly not dangerous. And yet... There you go. First time for everything, yo. You know, regicide, familicide, I don't know, what's it? I know there's like patricide and all this stuff, but what's the term when you kill family members, but not like, I don't know. I'll think it over. Hey, I want to phrase this. Femicide, really? Jesus. Hey, the more. Alright. Eamon? Eamon is the antagonist this time? We run this plot, what, a dozen times? Never. Eamon? Never. He's nothing. He's my character's cousin, soft, kind, a bit spoiled, but certainly not dangerous. And yet, the words leave me for my mind as time to catch up to them. The moment taking over, the plot taking grip. You killed my father, I say. The words steady, rage building, but kept silent, cold. You killed my mother. You killed everyone who stood between you and what? A position you never wanted? You always said it was too much work, too much stress. Why? I say the last, the rage breaking free in a single strangled sob of fury and tears. Eamon flinches, but his sword does not waver. Your father was weak. He let the merchants erode our power. Let the common folk go hungry. Under his rule, Silver Peak was dying. I saved it. The absolute belief in his stance shook me more than I want to admit. And that's not really good phrasing. The absolute conviction in his words shakes me. The absolute conviction in his voice and his words shakes me. Well, voice shakes me, that's better. The absolute conviction in his voice shakes me. I'm murdering him at his own hall. Torrent cuts in and steps between Eamon and me, shield me from the blade. His own sword drawn as well, up and ready to cross. That's an interesting definition of salvation. Stay. Alright, let's see. By murdering him in his own hall, Thorin cuts in, steps between Aemon and me, shielding me from the blade, his own sword drawn as well, up and ready to cross. That's an interesting definition of salvation. Stay out of this, sellsword. This is family business. Aemon's eyes are fixed on me, almost pleading, both hard and imploring. He's in over his head. I want to add to that a little bit. He's in over his head. I could tell. He has the same look he'd had on one. No, Lola. I could tell. He has the same look he'd had when we were kids, and one of his pranks had gone too far. This was no prank, though. This was no prank, though. Come back with me, cousin. Kaelin. Marry me. Legitimize the claim. We can rule together, as our grandfathers always intended. Dutch will be united, strong again. I'll laugh. I can't help it. It's escaping a cruel bubble. The idea of... I just can't. You think I would marry you? You think I would touch the hand that murdered my family? You think I would marry you? You think I would touch the hand that murdered my family? I think you're a practical woman who understands the politics of the moment. Eamon takes a careful step towards us. Thorin matches his movement, keeping himself between us. Your father is dead, your mother is dead, your household guard is dead or sworn to me. You have nothing. No army, no allies, no claim except through me. You can rule as my duchess. It says Duchess. Whoops. Duchess? I don't know what a Duchess is, but that sounds almost lewd. You can rule as my Duchess, or you can, Eamon pauses, the last side shaky before he steadies himself, or die here in the passes. Choose. The Duchess is the one who grants the cooties. There you go. Oh, I missed that. I was so focused. Would the household guard be in our dead or sworn to me instead of dead? Your household guards are dead or sworn to me. I was so focused, I missed that. Let me check that real quick. Let's see. Yeah. I think grammatically it probably would be our, but I think, for alliterative for alliteration purposes, I think is proper here. Because, if you think of the way people speak, we tend to speak in repetitive type phrases. So he says, your father is dead, your mother is dead, your household guard is dead. I don't think that conversationally he would correct it to be our dad. But good call out on that. That's a good call out though. Yeah, I don't think it's technically correct the way it's written, but I think it works for the scene. And that's another writing tip I have, is sometimes things you do are going to violate rules of grammar or common convention. If it works, it works. That's kind of one of the main rules of writing anything, is it's only a rule if you can't make it work. If you make it work, well, doesn't really matter. But let me just reread it to make sure. Your father is dead, your mother is dead, your household guard is dead, or sworn to me. You have nothing. No army, no allies, no claim except through me. That's true. Let me think. I could say your household guards, but then is dead wouldn't really make sense there. I see what you mean. I'm using the term guard as like a plural in this case, so you're like their household guard, as in like that's talking about all of them, but I could definitely see how somebody reading it might think that it's referring to an individual. No, it's good. I appreciate you calling it out, because it makes me have to think about it, and I do think I just feel a little bit silly because I just got done being like, you know, all high and mighty, like, yes, one of the rules of writing is that you can break the rules, and if you can make it work, then there are no rules. And now I'm like, actually, I think he might be right. The rule stands. I want to be clear. The thing I said stands. That is a thing. I just also think that you're right. So I'm gonna change that. But I still stand by what I said before, is that you can often break the rules, and if it works, it works. It didn't actually work in this case. Wait. Yeah, that's fine. Grammarly was telling me it was a incorrect subject-verb agreement, but it wasn't. They're wrong. That's funny. That is amusing. Your father is dead. Your mother is dead. Your household guard are dead or sworn to me. Yeah, that works better. Okay. My bad. You have nothing. No army, no allies, no claim except through me. You can rule as my duchess, or you can aim and pauses. The last said shaky before he says himself. Die here in the passes. Choose. It's just funny because I literally was making a point of how you can break the rules, and then you're like, well, wait a minute. And then I'm like, okay, yeah, never mind. That's funny. And hi, how you doing? We're nearing the end of this prologue. This is a prologue to a larger LitRPG story. That's why you might see some references like game type things in here, because basically a player is playing the character, and the player could they have lives, and if they lose their lives they still die. It's just that's why you might see some like game references. I'm good. I've had a really fun writing stream today. We got a lot done so far. I'm almost done with this. We're coming up to the ending of it, and we've done a lot. Like, look how much we've done just today. Like, I'm scrolling. Wow, okay, it's actually longer than I thought. Damn. Yeah, everything from here downwards we done just today. That is more than I thought. Okay, I guess it has been 6 hours. Okay, that's a little bit, that went better than I thought it did. I just don't want to check how many words we're at, because I was hoping to keep it under 3,000, and I think we might have went over. Oh, yeah, we went over. That's okay. I wanted to keep it under 3,000, we're at 3,900, but okay, whatever. That's fine. Part of my edit process usually involves cutting a lot of content anyway, so we'll probably still get to around 3,300, I'm guessing. Okay. Let's just reread some of this. So, your father is dead, your mother is dead, your household guards are dead or sworn to me. You have nothing. No army, no allies, no claim except through me. You can rule as my duchess, or you can... Aemon pauses, the last said shaky before he steadies himself. Or die here in the passes. Choose. Behind Aemon, more figures emerge from the tunnel. Traitor guardsmen. Forming up behind him. Traitors. Let's just say traitors. We only say traitor guardsmen. Behind Aemon, more figures emerge from the tunnel. Traitors. Forming up behind him. Not Aemon. Forming up behind him. Clubs and blades being drawn. Now let's just say drawn. Thorn's hand finds mine, his eyes meeting mine. No, 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 I scream internally. Route A, Lover's Sacrifice. It's as if I can see it already on the story report slip. This is not happening. No. Let's see, well, I have a professional writing background, and I work as development editor in tech publishing, and I would really like to get into professional creative development editing and writing. And despite having a master's degree in creative writing, and having all my dreams and aspirations be in creative writing, I have never published a book. I have a lot of short stories, but I've never actually published a book. So, both for my career and aspirationally, I think it's time we change that. I would like to write a book and complete it within a couple months if possible. I also have very, very bad ADHD. So I have a hard time making myself sit down and work. And I have found that streaming helps me actually focus. Ironically, even though I'm less focused, like there's more things happening, it helps me kind of keep going. Like, we're about 6.5 hours in, and normally I'd probably only have the attention span to write for maybe like 2 hours, and yet we've been going for almost 6. And I think it's just because I feel more like it's more exciting, it's more like an entertaining thing. I'm streaming it. In my mind, it somehow helps me, so that's what we're doing. So that's what inspired the stream. You know what I always say? Better ADHD than 4K. There you go. There you go. Better ADHD than 4K, baby. I can get behind that. Oh boy. So I'm just stretching real quick. It's been a while. Yeah, good stretch. I feel like Ghost Cat would probably be awake by now. Oh, thank you. I'm really excited about it. It's been a lifelong dream to actually get some stories and books published, and again, I feel like I've kind of failed in that I don't have that yet. It's very hard to get hired as a writer also if you don't have any written books. So, you are doing it. And this is just the prologue. Is your YouTube name also your Twitch name? Yes, it is. I am on YouTube and Twitch as Google Slap. I also am available on Discord. We have a relatively small community, but it's growing and it's all very friendly, happy people. So hop on and say hello on Discord. I have a writing channel, which I allow people to post their stories in. And I think I might start doing a thing every week or two, maybe every other week, where, with their permission, I might pick one out and read it on stream. So, if you want to do that, jump on my Discord and pop on over into the writing channel. I think we had a little group, so yeah, Twitch and YouTube, Google to the slap, or not go. I shouldn't say go to the slap. These people think it's just go slap. I'm a little bit scatterbrained in case you didn't notice. Bum bum bum. It's great to meet you, friendo, by the way. Welcome, Plague Dr. Savard. You've joined the ranks of the undead. Hello, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You woke the cat up. See? Ghost Cat is now playing, all because of you. Do. Ah, boy. And yeah, I plan to stream writing every week at 7 a.m. Pacific time. We're gonna try to do more days than just Tuesday. We're gonna try to do Tuesday and Wednesday, but at the very least, we'll do every Tuesday at 7 a.m. Pacific time, and then we play video games every Friday at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Join the ranks of the dead and you're a plague doctor. Coincidence? I think not. That is a little sus. Finally caught up with you? Or have you been spreading it? Either one. Either one. Oh boy. I like this music. Well, hey, at least you're in the ranks of the undead, so you're not just dead, you're undead. Which means you can keep spreading that or fixing that plague. Either one. I don't know what kind of plague doctor you are. If you're like the doctor helping people type, or if you're like the I spread the plague. I don't know which one you are, but whichever one you are, we welcome all people. Whether or not it's mass murder via plague or it's healing people from plague. Whatever. I'm cool either way, just, you know. I might stand a little further away from you if you're spreading it, but, you know. That's fair, that's fair. I really like this soundtrack, though. In case anyone's wondering, this is from Panda Beats No Copyright Sounds. This is their synthwave playlist. Bum 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 bum. Right, ready? Yes. No, 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 no! I scream internally. Route A, Lover's Sacrifice. It's as if I can see it already in the story report slip. This is not happening. This is... Do an M-dash here. Yes, I'll still use M-dashes even though AI has stolen them. That's where it should be. Ice cream inside. Ah, there you go. Torn steps forward, his gaze honed and focused. His feet light, almost bouncing on the balls of them. Ready to fight. Man, I like that. His step light. Almost bouncing on the balls of his feet. Ready to fight. The lady chooses neither. His torn steps forward, his gaze honed and focused, his step light, almost bouncing on the balls of his feet, ready to fight. The lady chooses neither, he says softly. He says softly like a razor's edge. I know Razor's Edge aren't soft, but let's just roll with it. It sounds nice. And then you both die, Aemon spits, raising a sword in duelist stance. I gave you the chance, Kaelin. Remember that. I offered mercy. Mercy? I spit back. You won't recognize mercy if it... Aemon moves. He's faster. Aemon moves. He's faster than I remember. Faster than he had been in practice bouts with children. Too fast. Excuse me, I didn't mean to cough on you guys there. There you go, I'm spreading my polite doctoriness around. Only been here a little bit and you're already affected. Keyboard T? Yeah, I mean, I might. Okay, yo, you got me good. Oh, you're British, so T is much your answer to everything. I mean, that's fair. Like, T is your answer to everything, ranch dressing is mine, and, Gore Kastu, or otherwise I call him Karanata-san, who's also here. I feel like their answer to everything is something meat. They're British, they're, German, so something meat. You're T, I'm ranch, there's something meat. Or beer. Not to stereotype people. Yeah, there you go. Mad Eagle? Yeah, there you go. Jesus Christ, how have you all not had ranch? You're the second person. You know what? Again, I gotta get over this. It's just something that y'all don't have if you're not from the United States, but I had this conversation with, Koronata or Ugorekasu. I call them Koronata because I play with them in a game and that's their name in the game. But, I had this conversation with them earlier and that apparently they've never had ranch either and that freaks me out. And now you've never had ranch and you freak me out and y'all need to just buy some damn ranch. You are slowly learning German and it's a very, very accented. Haha, that's fair. Well, like half the people that watch me are from Germany, so hit them up. I'm not really sure why so many people from Germany watch me, but they're great people. I'd love to have them around, so. How do you pronounce riposte? Is it riposte? Like that? Riposte. I think it's riposte. Riposte? I don't know. Okay. What do you have ranch with? Like, what does it go with? And no, it's not everything. It's good on a lot because it's a buttermilk base. It is good on most things. It's good with like, we'll have it with chicken, like chicken strips. We'll have it with french fries. We'll have it on, certain kinds of sandwiches. Usually chicken sandwiches. It's a good dip also. But yeah, I'll have it with french fries and it tastes really good. But it mostly goes with chicken. Mostly with chicken. Yeah, I don't think beef would, I don't think it'd be good with beef. Chicken or carbohydrates. Either one. Riposte? Yes, I do. I do know what fish fingers goes with custard. I still haven't had that. I mean, I've had fish fingers, but still not with custard. That's something that was introduced to me through Doctor Who. Custard? Color you concerned? I mean, it worked for the Doctor in Doctor Who. He seemed to really like it. Fish fingers and custard. Custard? I barely even know her. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. Just try it once. That's fair. I mean, basically, yeah. It literally is very much like barbecue sauce, yeah. It's a barbecue sauce alternative. The only thing is barbecue sauce usually goes even better on, like, beef. Whereas then I don't think ranch would actually be that good on beef. I think it would be, it's weird to me. Like, I'm so used to it being on chicken, but I would use barbecue sauce with beef. And I would use ranch with chicken. And either of them can be for any kind of carb, so chips, fries, whatever. Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, yeah, you should try it, yeah. Hello. I mean, yeah, Germans are usually pretty solid on their food. I'm a little bit suspicious of the Mat Egal thing, which is raw pork, but hi there, Dr. Dale. I am. This is the introduction, a prologue for my LitRPG adventure story. We're having some. It's a light LitRPG, so it'll have stats and it'll have abilities, but the abilities will be more like feats that the characters get based on rewards and classes. And it'll be less of things like, I use this ability. And it'll be more like, I have this feat, so I can then roleplay a character using this feat in order to do something. So it's more of a roleplay-centric system I'm using in this game. I keep calling it game, in this book. But it has stats, like character stats. There's 3 stats: mental, physical, and charisma. I mean, it sounds pretty bad, but if you actually think about it, like, I looked it up. You remember I looked it up on Discord? Yeah, that's the exact issue I don't want to run into, Dr. Dale. I have very, very bad ADHD, and I just know that it'll drive me completely insane dealing with all the numbers. Just absolutely crazy. So I'm trying to keep it very basic, but still having enough complexity to be interesting. I don't know if you ever played it, but World of Darkness, Vampire the Masquerade, I'm kind of going for like a system like that, but even simpler. So... But yeah, the numbers will just drive me insane, so... So just to confirm, you get a bowl of normal custard and use it like dipping sauce. The music run out? I think the music might have ran out. It did. Oh no, what will we do? Let me find a new playlist here, guys. Ba-dum bum ba bum ba-dum bum ba bum. Let's go with Anime Rock Season 2. Is it Season 2? Let's see. Oh, okay. There we go. There we go. If, in case you're wondering, the music I'm listening to, it's all from a channel called Panda Beats No Copyright Sounds. It's all free. You can play it on stream. There's no copyright claim ever. I've done hundreds of hours of streaming. I've never gotten claimed with them once, and it's all really good background music. See, you're a DM here? Oh, nice. I've DM'd before, and it was a fun experience, but I definitely think I prefer being a player. I like getting into hijinks. And Plague Doctor, you'll try it by the end of the week. You used fish fingers the other night for fish finger baguettes. Ooh, that's interesting. I actually do have fish fingers in my freezer. I could get some custard and try it too. Homework assignment. It has been declared we shall all try fish fingers and custard. It has been decreed as such. Current goal is figuring out steampunk LitRPG dungeon crawl novel set in a post-apocalyptic kingdom turned to sand and glass. That sounds cool. Kingdom of Sand and Glass. Yeah, who's a Doctor Who fan? Well, I know I definitely am. And apparently, over on Twitch, we have some people who are very big fans as well, apparently. That, or they just really like fish fingers and custard, I'm not sure. One or the other. Right? Nice, nice. I gotcha. Yeah, that's where I know fish fingers and custard from. I've never heard of that. But I live in the United States, so we don't really do that here. We call our fish fingers fish sticks. We don't even call them fish fingers. I know, we're weird. There's that whole South Park bit where they keep calling them fish sticks. nice crusty baguette. Some melted butter, a couple of fingers, bit of salt and vinegar. There you go. I mean, I'm American. I like my fish sticks. I like my, chicken strips. I like all of it just with good old-fashioned ranch sauce. Oh, honey. I'm very hungry. I have not eaten yet at all today. I woke up, and got you straight to streaming, and I honestly didn't think we'd stream this long. I thought we'd go like 3.5, 4 hours, and we're like almost 7 hours in, so... I'm gonna have some good food after this, and it will include ranch. Oh yeah, I like barbecue. I'm very hungry. I don't know what I'm gonna eat after this, but I'm gonna demolish something. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Dale. I really appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate you a lot. We stream every Friday at 6 p.m. Pacific time. We do video games. We've been doing Secret World lately, which is a retro MMO. And then every Tuesday at 7 a.m. Pacific time, we do writing streams. I might do some extra writing streams, kind of like just guerrilla style, anytime, but that's when you can for sure find us at 6 p.m. Pacific and 7 a.m. on Tuesday. Sorry, I said that wrong. 6 p.m. Pacific Friday, 7 a.m. Pacific Tuesday. We also have a Discord and a Twitch, so join us on Discord, if you want. Bum-ba-dee, bum-ba-dee-da-dum, ba-dum-bum-ba-dee-bum-bum-bum. I know it makes me seem kind of trashy, but I'm probably gonna get McDonald's after this. Good old Mickey D's. Get myself a triple cheese with french fries. Oh, that's okay. If you can't make it, you can't make it. My philosophy is that I'm here just for when people want to chill and vibe. If people can't work, then, or if people can't make it, then hey, it's fine. I'm here for when it's convenient for you. Do. And everything's always saved on VOD anyway, so if anyone misses anything, it's always on YouTube. Ba-dum-bum-ba, ba-da-dum-bum-ba. This music just makes me... I mean, it's called anime rock, so I guess it... yeah. I would say this music reminds me of anime. It's literally called anime rock, so... that tracks. Where are we? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. You swear the song that just came in on from SOA? SAO? I mean, yeah, probably. Let's see. I mean, that's the thing about anime rock music, is that it all kind of sounds a little bit the same, doesn't it? Like, I can imagine this right now as being the, like, this is the starting soundtrack for basically all anime. I can imagine this for almost any anime opening. Yeah, that's true. Eamon pressed forward. Presses, not press. Where were we? Eamon moves. He's faster than I remember. Faster than he had been in practice bouts as children. Too fast. His sword whips towards Torn, a low cut meant to take him at the knee and end the fight in one stroke. But Torn had been fighting his entire life, not in practice bouts with trainers, but in the field, against men and women fighting for survival. He parries, metal meeting metal, an echoing clang that bounces off the high mountainsides. Eamon presses forward. The confidence of expensive training and perfect technique. And perfected technique. It's a fast shell cuts and deadly riposte. Torn gives ground, his footwork sure despite the wet stone, his blade turning aside each attack by inches. The soldiers advance, surrounding the two warriors, diving in with strikes or feints to harry Torn, opening shell cuts on flowing crimson. Torn is like a whirlwind. Parry, cut, riposte, jab. A guard takes a blade through the eye and tumbles aside. Another drops their club, hand severed. Even as Eamon opens a cut across Torn's chest, a gaping wound that slows him. Torn is losing, slowly, but he is losing. I press my back against the cliffside, mind racing. There's nowhere to run. There's nothing I can do. So, this is stuff that we haven't quite gotten into because we're still working the prologue, but the main concept behind the story is that a parasitic dimension latched onto a town in the real world and basically absorbed it. And it is now running simulations of other things it is taken and things from the other dimensions is running these other stories as simulations in this town. And that's where it kind of comes from, where people have to play through all these different stories. They're simulations of events in the rest of the parasite dimension or in the multiverse, and people have to play through them. So the setting is kind of, the main base setting will be just like small town, Midwest United States, but each story will have a different setting. So the story I'm currently doing, the prologue, is epic romance fantasy medieval style technology. But we'll have another one later, which is like high fantasy 80s level space opera. We'll have another one that might be like a swashbuckling pirate adventure. Maybe another that'll be a gothic slow burn horror. And these are things that the players will have to all play through, and they kind of take on characters throughout each different story type. So the setting of this one though is epic fantasy. Or like romance epic fantasy. And there's a lot more going on behind the scenes, but I don't want to spoil that, because there's a very, very big twist that's going to happen at the end of the first book that people need to figure out. And this town, by the way, basically, so this town that was captured by this dimension, all the people that live there are NPCs, so there's not really any people that are there, there's just NPCs that run the town. and all the players are people who are captured from the outside and brought in. A little bit, yeah. I do read He Who Fights with Monsters. It's probably my favorite progression fantasy series, to be honest. Yes, very astral space vibe, yeah. And all the players are people who are brought in from the outside, who are trapped here, who get stuck here, who the parasite dimension kind of tricks into coming to the town. What, do people not read Who Fights with Monsters? That's like one of the best ones out there. Jason Asano is my spirit animal, yo. My only issue with He Who Fights with Monsters is that it needs to come out faster. It comes out fast, but it's not fast enough because I breathe that story, man. It's mine. I love it. I wish I had family that would actually pay attention to my recommendations. It really is the best progression fantasy series that I've found out there. There's one I'm reading right now, which I wouldn't really call it a progression it's a stealth progression fantasy, so it's kind of like progression fantasy, but in secret, which I think might actually be better, but it's very different better. It has a whole different vibe, and it's called The Wandering Inn. It's very different though, so it's hard to compare the two. But yeah, my shade is your spirit. Nice. We could all use a shade. I think what I liked about He Who Fights with Monsters, beyond just Jason Asano in the first place, his character, I love the snark. I really like how the author mixed the modern real world into the plot. I haven't seen a lot of progression fantasy do that in a way that feels as important, as connected, you know? Yeah, the weird thing about The Wandering Inn is that it is marketed as though it is a slice-of-life adventure of running an inn. That's how it is marketed. I would argue that it is that, but it's also a, stealth cultivation progression fantasy series leading towards apotheosis, involving a realistic approach to an isekai. And what I mean by a realistic approach to an isekai, I mean the character ends up in a fantasy world and, it's not a power fantasy right away. They almost get murdered by goblins. Little tiny goblins almost gang up and murder her. Everything is horrible and everything's a monster and it's really difficult and there's racism and there's oppression. It just feels like a very realistic take on an isekai. But, yeah. I'm really looking forward to the next book of, He Who Fights with Monsters a lot. I usually prefer the audiobook for that one because I like the voice actor, but so I've been holding off and reading. Jonathan Brooks, that sounds familiar. Let me look him up. I'm bad with names, so I need to look up things. Well, of course, the football thing pops up first. Okay. Not what I'm looking for. Okay, I've not read anything from Jonathan Brooks, but I've definitely seen their stuff before. They popped up in my recommendation list before. I didn't know they had a sci-fi thing. Hey, Meritzy! You really love the part of the stream, enjoyed being in your fan committee? Would you mind adding me on Discord? Sure! Yeah, I'd be happy to. Let me just do that now. Bum bum ba dee 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 dum ba dum bum bum bum. Add friend. There you go, I sent the friend request, friendo. Thanks for joining. Now let me get back to Jonathan Brooks, yo. I believe 5 of his series are in the main sci-fi series. Okay, that's cool. Dimension Core Dungeon. Interesting. Emil and Frederick never had the chance to live out his life as a professional gamer on Earth, mainly because he was abducted by aliens. Unfortunately, he wasn't returned home after the typical probing associated with such things to tell an unbelievable story to his friends. Instead, he was summarily killed and his conscience was inserted into Space Station Core, a giant metal egg-shaped object that could use technology to create traps. That's interesting. I will add this to my wish list. This sounds very interesting, actually. It's kind of giving me a little bit of, like the Bobverse vibes, but more, progression fantasy. The LitRPG, I mean. I'm gonna add it to my list. Thank you for the, book recommendation there. I'll have to check it out. I'll probably do that one next because I'm currently doing book 2 of The Wandering Inn, and I love The Wandering Inn so much, but it is very long. I think book 2 is 1900 pages, and book 1 was like 1200 pages, and it has 19 books, so I'm going to need some filler, like I'm gonna need a break. You know what I mean? I'm gonna need a break. I think this will be a good break series, kind of a very different vibe. And yeah, Metatzi, I sent you an ad on Discord. It's good. It's very long. It is a little slice of life in that each chapter kind of feels like it's its own story. But stick with it. Yeah, sure, drop me a recommendation. If you hop on my Discord, you're free to drop those there too. I should make a channel just for that. I really should. Because we have a few people that like these kinds of things on Discord. With another content creator named Arena the Slime, I created a spreadsheet that has a bunch of different book recommendations, and I've been slowly adding books on there, so with their permission I might have to change that. I might have to make that public sometime. Another series that you might like, if you like progression fantasy that starts when the character is very young and goes through their entire life, you should check out the Mageborn series from Michael G. Manning. Just know that it gets very dark, very depressing, very sad. Very sad. But I like sad things, so... Dungeon Robotics. Nice. Dungeon Robotics-on. Sounds like something that should be in Japanese. Dungeon Robotics-on. Next time on Dungeon Robotics. I watch too much anime. The Dungeons Robotics has an alt history version that's messed up and called Dungeon Annihilation. Oh, okay. I can see how that might get kind of dark. Okay, let's read the part of what I just wrote here. Eamon presses forward with the confidence of expensive training and perfect technique. Fast, shallow cuts, and deadly riposte. Torn gives ground, his footwork sure despite the wet stone, his blade turning aside each attack by inches. The soldiers advance, surrounding the two warriors, diving in with strikes or feints to harry Torn, opening shallow cuts and flowing crimson. Torn is like a whirlwind, parry, cut, riposte, jab. The guard takes a blade to the eye and tumbles aside. Another drops their club, hand severed. Even as Eamon opens up a cut across Torn's chest, a gaping wound that swallows him. Torn is losing, slowly, but he is losing. I press my back against the cliffside, mind racing. There's nowhere to run. There's nothing I can do. My mind takes me back to as a child, my father yelling how useless I am, my brother standing up for me. The other kids in class are repeating it, useless, useless, useless. I look up at Torn. He's never made me feel useless, not once. He is my everything. He has one life left, I have one life left. Useless. Torn slips. I see it in slow motion. His foot hits a clump of moss and slides sideways, throwing him off balance for only a moment. I see everything I have leaving the world, about to be torn away. I move. My body flies across the distance. Pain, sharp, hot, cold. My eyes go wide. All the air leaves my lungs. I look up to see Eamon's face, wide with horror, stunned, releasing his hold on the length of steel sticking on my chest. Oh. It hurts less than I thought it would. I fall back, crumpling to the ground. A tearing sensation sends lances of agony through my body. Something hot and liquid pours out of me and makes my dress feel warm in the cool night air. Okay, Eamon's voice breaks. I didn't. I was aiming for. Well, thank you. Hello, Tychus. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you so much, and I hope you had a great stream. I know that people are usually very tired after the stream, so no problem if you don't want to hang around. But thanks so much for the raid. Hello, Nymphaloria. How are you doing today? I am Ghoulslap. We are writing LitRPG, adventure story right now, the prologue. We also play video games every Friday. Frethleon, hello. Or is it Fra the Lion or Frethleon? Probably Fra the Lion. But either one. Hello, hello, hello. But thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you. You're at a good part in the story. So the story thus far is a adventurer named Torin was visiting his lover named Kaylin in at her father's castle, and a coup is happening, and the two are trying to escape. They fled through the castle, fighting the way throughout the castle. They finally thought they escaped through the high passes when her cousin, the one who's leading the coup, shows up. And Torin, the adventurer, has to fight. Hello, hello, Tychus. I don't know if you heard, but thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you. And to everyone here, my name is GhostLab. We do LitRPG writing on Tuesdays at 7 AM Pacific Time. And we do video games at 6 PM Pacific Time every Friday. We have a Discord and everything's backed up on the YouTube. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And everyone here, my peoples, go check out Tychus Lafon, or Fauna, or how do you say your name? I should ask that. How do you say your name? You're writing a fanfic of a horror/paranormal RPG, so about. Oh, I appreciate that. And thank you so much for the follow. And yes, right now this story is feeling like it's a epic fantasy romance, but the secret is that this is just one story that the players have to play through. The main story in my book is that a parasite dimension captured a town, and town stories come to life in that town, and they need to play through them in order to not die. Tychus the Fawn. That's French. Ooh, fancy. Tychus the Fawn. I like it. I dig it. I'm with it. Well, thank you so much for being here and for the raid and for the follow. And yeah, if anyone's interested, hop on over to my Discord. We'd love to have you there. We've been going for, gosh, 7 hours now. Jesus. Let me show you guys what we wrote so far. So, everything... I'm gonna scroll up now, and I'll stop when we get to where we started this morning. So, everything you're seeing... I think I'll probably... Eventually, I'll be putting them up on Royal Road. But I might be putting them on my Patreon in the meantime. I haven't done that yet, but I will probably be editing them and putting them up on Patreon. Available for free users, so anyone can read them. We will put them up on Royal Road eventually, but for now, I'll probably put them on Patreon. And then people can catch up on the story. And again, I'll make sure that it's for free tier, so everyone can read it. Yeah, here's all that we've written today. I'll stop when we get to where I started. Do 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 do. There we are. There's where we started. So we've had a very productive day. Do 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 do. I'd love to read what you're writing it too, by the way, so if you have like a Discord community or if you put it up anywhere, I'd love to check it out sometime. I'm always looking for cool, like, paranormal, like, horror RPG stuff, so there's not a lot of it. Most of the RPG stuff is kind of in the fantasy or science fiction area, so I'd love to read it if it's horror. Ayo, gotcha, okay, that's cool. It's a good place to put stuff. Well, feel free to link it. I think my chatbot will probably yell at you for it, but I can just then I can just tell it okay. So feel free to link it if you want, and I'll just tell it to silence. Do 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 do. The name of the RPG is Boredom Paranormal. Cool name. Boredom Paranormal. Nice. I see. I see that. Yeah, it's a fictional universe brand created by Brazilian streamer Selbit. That's cool. Okay, looks like you won't let me do it even then. That's weird. Really, chatbot? You're not gonna let me do it? But sorry, it won't let me do it. If you want to send me a private message, actually, send me a whisper on Twitch, and then I can probably post it. I thought my chatbot would let me, but it's not. Yeah. If you send me a private message on Twitch, I should be able to post it myself. Some of the RPG is legend in English, but the season you write about, okay, that's fine. Do 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 do. Ba-dum bum bum. And just let me know when you've sent me that in Whisper Reviews. I don't have that page up right now. Ba-dum bum bum. Ba-da-dum bum ba-dum bum bum bum. Where was I? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. How do I do that? Let me see here. This should be easy. We have big brains. We can figure this out. Bum 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 bum. Oh god, do I? I'm just not making this easy, am I? Yeah, I should be able to send you one. Yeah, YouTube does not make this easy. Or, Twitch does not make this easy, do they? Alright, I have messaged you. That should pop up. Awesome. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. That should work. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. Alright, I have posted the link, so you should all be set. You're very welcome, friendo. Thank you for the raid. Okay, friendo, you go enjoy, and I know it can be a lot to stream, so enjoy your food, and thank you so much for the raid, and hope you had a great day. Let's see here. I do male or female presenting avatars. I have one of each. So when I'm in the female mode, I do she her. When I do the male one, I do he him. Right now I am in female presenting mode, so it would be she her. When I'm doing the male one, it's he him. Thanks for asking. Alright, we have, Alright, so Eamon is the bad guy, Torrent's the good guy. Let's go back a little bit and read some of it. Alright. A figure bursts from the passage behind us. Not a soldier, but Eamon, cousin Eamon. His fine doublet is soaked and clean to his frame, his family's blade held naked in his hand. Cousin, he breathes hard. This did not need to end in more death. Eamon. Eamon is the antagonist this time? We've run this plot, what, a dozen times? Never, Eamon, never. He's nothing. My character's cousin is soft, kind, a bit spoiled, but certainly not dangerous, and yet... The words leave me before my mind has time to catch up to them. The moment taking over, the plot taking grip. You killed my father, I say. The words steady, rage building. I kept silent, cold. You killed my mother. You killed everyone who stood between you and what? A position you never wanted? You always said it was too much work, too much stress. Why? I say the last, the rage breaking free in a single strangled sob of fury and tears. Eamon flinches, but his sword does not waver. Your father is weak. He let the merchants erode our power, let the common folk go hungry. Under his rule, Silver Peak was dying. I saved it. The absolute conviction in his voice shakes me. By murdering him in his own hall, Torn cuts in and steps between Eamon and me, shielding me from the blade, his own sword drawn as well, up and ready to cross. That's an interesting definition of salvation. Stay out of this, sellsword. This is family business. Eamon's eyes are fixed on me, almost pleading, both hard and imploring. He's in over his head, I can tell. He has the same look he'd had when we were kids and one of his pranks had gone too far. This was no prank, though. I mean, delete that one, that's obvious. Come back with me, cousin. Kaelin, marry me, legitimize the claim. We can rule together, as our grandfathers always intended. The duchy would be united, strong again. I laugh. I can't help it. It escapes me in a cruel bubble. The idea of... I just can't. You think I would marry you? You think I would touch the hand that murdered my family? I think you're a practical woman who understands the politics of the moment. Eamon takes a careful step towards us. Torn matches his movement, keeping himself between us. Your father is dead. Your mother is dead. Your household guards are dead or sworn to me. You have nothing. No army, no allies, no claim except through me. You can rule as my duchess, or you can... Eamon pauses, the last set shake before he steadies himself, or die here in the passes. Choose. Behind Eamon, more figures emerge from the tunnel. Traitors, forming up behind him. Hubs and blades drawn. Horn's hand finds mine, his eyes meeting mine. No, I scream eternally. Route A, lover's sacrifice. It's as if I can see it already on the story report slip. This is not happening. No. Thorn steps forward, his gaze honed and focused. His step light, almost bouncing on the balls of his feet. Starts swinging at it. The lady chooses neither, he says, softly, like a razor's edge. Then you both die, Eamon spits, raising his sword in duelist stance. I gave you the chance, Kaelin. Remember that. I offered mercy. Mercy? I spit back? You wouldn't recognize mercy if it... Eamon moves. He's faster than I remember. Faster than he had been in practice bouts as children. Too fast. His sword whips towards Torn, a low cut meant to take him at the knee and end the fight in one stroke. Torn had been fighting his entire life. Not in practice bouts with trainers, but in the field, against men and women fighting for survival. He parries, metal meeting metal, in an echoing climb that bounces off the high mountain sides. Eamon presses forward with the confidence of expensive training and perfected technique. Fast shell cuts, a deadly riposta. Torn gives ground, his footwork sure despite the wet stone, his blade turning aside each attack by inches. Soldiers advance, surrounding the two warriors, diving in with strikes or feints to harry Torn, opening shell cuts and falling crimson. Torn is like a whirlwind, parry, cut, riposte. Jab, guard takes a blade through the eye and tumbles aside, another drops their club, hand severed. Even as Eamon opens up a cut across Torn's chest, a gaping wound that slows him. Torn is losing, slowly, but he is losing. I press my back against the cliffside, mind racing. There's nowhere to run, there's nothing I can do. My mind takes me back to, as a child, my father yelling how useless I am. My brother standing up for me. The other kids in class repeating it, useless, useless, useless. I look up at Torn. He's never made me feel useless. Not once. He is my everything. He has one life left. I have one life left. Useless. Torn slips. I see it in slow motion. His foot hits a clump of moss and slides sideways, throwing him off balance for only a moment. I see everything I have leaving the world, everything I have leaving this world, about to be torn away. I move. My body flies across the distance. Pain, sharp, hot, cold. My eyes go wide. All the air leaves my lungs and I look at Simon's face, wide with horror. Stunned, releasing his hold on the length of steel sticking out my chest. Oh. It hurts less than I thought it would. I fall back, crumple into the ground. Tearing sensation sends lances of agony through my body. Something hot and liquid pours out at me and makes my dress warm in the cool night air. Oh. Yeah, okay? Eamon's voice breaks. I was aiming for... Get back, Torn yells, rushing forward. I can see it on his face. It's not good. He looks like somebody has kicked his puppy. His face drawn and eyes flickering between the blade in my chest and me, my gaze. Get back! Boo! Electric Boogaloo! Hi, Chromebook! Hey, I cough, choking. Aiming for funny, but somehow betting I come off more pathetic as blood speckles my lips. All I see is Torn, leaning over me, holding me. This is not so bad. No, no, God, no, please, he begs, tears falling down on my face. Hey, that's wet, you know, I want to say, laughing, chiding him. My lungs won't work anymore. I can't get it out. Trying to speak hurts. I'm tired. I can save her, Eamon says from somewhere out of sight. How you doing there, Chromebook Charger? What's new with you, friendo? Eamon, I can save her, Eamon says, from somewhere out of sight. Get her back to the castle. We have healers, mages who can... Your voice feels familiar. Huh. This voice shouldn't. I do use a voice changer, and this voice is not from a show as far as I can tell, but, maybe I'm just famous. My voice I use for gaming is definitely something people might find familiar, though. My eardrums just burst? Oh, I'm sorry. Am I a little too loud? I have no clue. I'm sorry. Maybe, I bumped something I shouldn't have. I probably bumped something. Oh. I didn't turn on the music a bit. I turn the music down a little bit if it's too loud. Okay. Well, I turned it down a little bit anyway, so... Look at it. I keep forgetting the name of the main character, of the main male character here. I don't know why I keep forgetting it. Torn. I could have been it, maybe. You go to your stomach because you're pretty hungry, that's fair. Alright, let's read what I just wrote. All I see is, let's see, get back, Torn yells, rushing forward. I can see it on his face. It's not good. He looks like somebody kicked his puppy. His face drawn and eyes flicker between the blade in my chest and meeting my gaze. Get back. Hey, I cough. Joking, aiming for funny but somehow coming off more as pathetic as blood spickles my lips. All I can see is Torn, leaning over me, holding me. This is not so bad. No, no, God, no, please, no, he begs, tears falling down upon my face. Hey, that's wet, you know, I want to say, laughing, chiding him. My lungs don't work anymore. I can't get it out. Trying to speak hurts. I'm tired. I could save her, Eamon says, from somewhere out of sight. Get her back to the castle. We have healers, mages who can. You mages are what, 5 minutes away? 10? Torn hisses, not even looking up at Eamon, his eyes held onto mine alone. I'm dying. I know it. Feel it. The swords that hit something vital. I'm losing too much blood. I should donate back. Before. Once had a nurse who hit an artery and caused a major bleed. Nothing life-threatening, but I recall a feeling of cold weakness. This is worse, much worse, like I'm shutting down, like a computer put into sleep mode, turning off for the night. I try to reach up and stroke away Torn's tears. I can't move. He understands. He always understands. I'm here, he murmurs in my ear, lowering his head down to mine. I'm here, love, I'm not leaving. Oh yeah? I must make some pretty interesting short stories there, Chromebook. The path, Eamon says, moving forward, and we just get her back. The path, Eamon says, moving forward, if we just get her back. I'll try not kill you all, Torn says, his voice quiet and full of nothing but love for me. No hate, not in that moment. He says it like a simple distraction. A truth he will enforce. the hell is that sound? I don't know what the hell that sound was, but... See, you seem to be based a lot on psychological and body horror there. You don't like that? Yeah, I probably wouldn't like that either. That sounds unpleasant. I had some scary dreams last night, but they were very, like, slasher, like being chased by a serial killer type vibe, so... Not that bad. Ghost cat is sleeping again. This story is sad, yes. Oh, it's just the music I have on. I could put something on that's sadder. It's just the music I have on when I'm in writing. I'm trying to find stuff that's not copyright. Let's see. I'm not sure I'm gonna find something that's very sad that's not copyright, to be honest. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find anything sad, but I can do more lo-fi though. Oh, no. That was not the intent. I would play something really sad like My Immortal or something, but it would definitely get copyright claimed. And this is being saved on YouTube, so I want to avoid that. Oh, really? That's cool. I'm not gonna play them now because I want to double check. I believe you, but I want to double check. But, I'll have to check them out. Deal. Let's see here. It would be nice because I am at, the sad part of the story. You know? Bum 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 bum. Yeah, I see a lot of people doing playlists for it, but I'm not really sure what like the official one is. Ooh, now let's check it out later. This one's fine for now, I guess. Yes I am. Okay, it's cool. That's really nice of them. Oh god, really, Chromebook? That's... I don't know about that, but yeah, I'm sure some people could use it for evil, for, ill. I mean, I'm sure some people could use it like that, but I'm trying to be very upfront with people. Very clear that, no, I'm using a changer, so please don't nobody fall in love. Let's see. let's see here. I'm gonna write a little bit more before I start to read it. Okay, Chromebook Charger, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate you. I hope you have an awesome day, and thanks again for following. I really do hope you have an awesome day. Thanks for hanging out for me a little bit. Sorry I got kind of quiet. I just got really focused on the writing here. Alright, let's see here. Almost done. And then I'll read all the I just read. I had something I wanted to add to the end of it though, and I wrote it down earlier, so I want to make sure I find it again. Where did I put that? Here it is. Found the playlist, sent it you whisper, you have all the music from your season except the most recent one. You found all out there is 1,000. Awesome. All seasons have a different vibes. You recommend have a look. After stream finds the ones that like and feel to write for my texts, but recommend RPG music to write. It is mostly ambient and feels right. That is very helpful, friend. I will definitely make sure to look at that because I'm always looking for good music to chill by. And it's always hard to find good non-copyright stuff, you know? Right. Let's read what I just had then. My body is flying across the distance. Pain, sharp, hot, cold. My eyes go wide. All the air leaves my lungs as I look up to see Eamon's face, wide with horror. Eyes wide with horror. Eyes wide with horror. Stunned. Releasing his hold on the knife, the steel sticking out of my chest. Oh. It hurts less than I thought it would. I fall back, crumpling to the ground, a tearing sensation sending lances of agony through my body. Something hot and liquid pours out of me and makes my dress warm in the cool night air. Oh. Okay? Eamon's voice breaks. I was aiming for... Get back, Torn yells, rushing forward. I can see it on his face. It's not good. He looks like someone kicked his puppy, his face drawn and eyes flickering between the blade in my chest and meeting my gaze. Get back. The part of last year's music's already out, not all, so I guess that's why it isn't the playlist yet. But for horror, Hexatome's music goes in the deep gore style noise. Hey, I cough, choking, aiming for funny but somehow coming off more as pathetic as blood speckles my lips. All I see is Torn, leaning over me, holding me. This is not so bad. No, no, God, please, no, God, he begs, tears falling down on my face. Hey, that's wet, I want to say, laughing, chiding him. My lungs don't work anymore. I can't get it out. Trying to speak hurts. I'm tired. I can save her, Eamon says from somewhere out of sight. Get her back to the castle. We have healers, mages who can... A mage in what, 5 minutes away? 10? Torn hisses, not even looking up at Eamon, his eyes held on mine alone. I'm dying. I know it. I feel it. The sword hit something vital. I'm losing too much blood. I used to donate back before. Once I had a nurse who hit an artery and caused a major bleed. Nothing life-threatening, but I recall the feeling of cold weakness. This is worse, much worse, like I'm shutting down. A computer put into sleep mode, turning off for the night. I try to reach up and stroke away Torrent's tears. I can't move. He understands. He always understands. I'm here, he murmurs in my ear, lowering his head down to mine. I'm here, love. I'm not leaving. The path, Eamon says, moving forward. If we just get her back... Touch her and I'll kill you all, Torrent says, his voice quiet and full of nothing but love for me. No hate. Not in that moment. He says it like a simple distraction, a truth he will enforce. The soldiers look to Eamon, waiting for orders. He looks down at me now. He looks down at me in the corner of my vision. His face crumples in, eyes wet. I didn't mean I... Fall back, he says to his men. Return to the keep. I don't care. My eyes are for one. I see nothing but Torin, looking down at me, his face a mess of sobs and tears. A special little grin on his face, the one just for me. I love you too, he says, reading it in my eyes, on my lips, unable to speak. I wish I could hold him. I'm gonna have a hard time with this. He'll be okay. The others will help him. I trust that. It's getting dark now. I feel good. No longer cold, no pain. Smile as the world fades. Ah, that scared me. It's getting dark now. I feel good. Okay, we're gonna have to turn that soundtrack off. That's not working for me. Okay. I see nothing but Torrent. Alright, let's go back a little bit. His face crumples, his eyes wet. I didn't mean, I fall back, he says to a man, return to the keep. I don't care. My eyes are for one. I see nothing but Torrent, looking down at me, his face a mess of sobs and tears, that special little grin on his face, the one just for me. I love you too, he says, reading in my eyes, on lips unable to speak. I wish I could hold him. He's gonna have a hard time with this. He'll be okay. The others will help him. I trust that. It's getting dark now. I feel good. No longer cold, no pain. I smile as the world fades. The last thing is Torrent, that little grin. ... Story complete. Secret route. Useless no more. Player, Alexander Kynes. Lives remaining 0 of 3. ... Initializing. And there you go. Prologue complete. We have a lot of editing to do, but it took us about 8 hours. And we got the prologue complete, guys. I always get kind of emotional on the ends of my stories, so... La la la. I'm a crybaby, so mound writing makes me cry. I don't know if that came through or not, but... Even with the horribly... on the music that just does not work at all for it, but... Yeah, long stream. How many words was this? I was aiming for under 3,000 or 3,000, and I think it's more like 4,000, maybe even more. And yeah, I will edit this and I will get this up on the Patreon for people to read, so that way they can actually read it in the edited form. And eventually we'll get it up on Railroad. But yeah. I'm not gonna edit now. I'm hungry. Guessing probably around 4.8 maybe? Oh no, wow, okay. No. We went 6,161 words. Okay, well, so we're double our length, but that's okay. That's fine, that's fine. I'll lose probably... I'll probably lose about 1,000 words in editing. So we'll be down to about 5,000. GG, right? Well, guys, that was what I had planned for today. I really wanted to get this one done, and we did. So I thought it would take about 4 hours, and it took us 8. Oh god, it's 4:25 p.m. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, I'll lose about 1,000 words in editing. Oh, really? Well, my problem with writing is that I say things the same, and you might notice this how I speak as well. I literally almost just did it right then. I don't know if it's because I'm a younger child of a brother who is very overbearing and talked a lot, or what, but I have a habit of saying things multiple times. Like I'm trying to like figure it out in my brain, or maybe I think people didn't hear me, so I kind of say it 2 or 3 times, like I literally just did. I do that with writing as well. So very often you'll see that I'll say kind of the same thing 2 times. What I'll do in editing is I'll go in and I'll usually then end up combining the 2. So, that's how I'll usually end up losing like 1,000 words. Also, I used to be a journalist. Oh my god, the song, Jesus Christ. Jesus, alright. I used to be a journalist, and a big part of journalism is cutting words. Being as concise as humanly possible. Before I learned how to be a journalist, my writing was way worse. Way worse. Becoming a journalist helped me so much. It made everything just so much better. So yeah, I'll lose about 1,000 words probably. If not more. I mean, that's fine. And maybe you need to. You know, different writers are different. So maybe your first draft, you feel like you don't quite add enough. I usually add details, but I usually add them in a very sparse way when I edit. My recommendation to anybody who wants to get better at being more concise and cutting words is take a journalist class. If you can, just like an intro to journalism 101 course at your local community college or online. Don't go to like some writing workshop or something, because those will not help you be more concise. Go take a journalist 101 workshop class. That will almost guarantee help you become more concise, help you identify when you are being too verbose, and will give you the skills you need in order to cut instead of game. Yeah, different writers, different methods and style, that's for sure. I know a lot of writers say they don't have enough ideas and they have a hard time thinking of things, and I'm literally the opposite. I have too many things. That's my problem. Is I'm interested in something new every week. Like that's why I'm doing this story in this format, is because it will let me do things. Like it'll let me do new stories every week and have it be in different genres, like swashbuckling, vampire gothic horror, space opera, romantasy. So, but thank you so much for joining me, Tychus. Thank you so much for joining me, everybody. Oh, you are good. I'm not, but yeah. The Too Much Ideas team. I think that's where most of us fall, but I've definitely met writers before who feel like they don't have enough ideas. And I'm always like, how? Like, can we just, like, trade? Gosh. Alright, everyone, let me do some callouts real quick. Thank you so much, Tychus. It was really great to meet you. I hope to see you again sometime. And, anyone who's here still, make sure you give Tychus a watch on Tychus Lafon. It's, French. Tychus Lafon. They are on Twitch, I believe. I'm not sure if you're on YouTube, but you can give a quick shout out if you want, or when you're online and where you are online at. Thank you for joining me. And then in chat, we have Dark Ember. Hi, Dark Ember. I didn't really chat with you much, but thank you so much for working. I appreciate you, friend. No, it's really great to see you, and I hope to see you Friday if you're free. Koronata-san. Thanks, bud. I know you're working. Hopefully we can play some games this Friday as well. Toby! Hi, Toby. Hope you're doing well. Now, Brosha, friend, thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. I will get this edited up. We'll put it on Patreon, and you guys can read the edited version in maybe a week or so. Yeah. You don't know if people would come off since it's late here in France. We really streamed till that late, but it was really cool. Well, it was really great to meet you anyways, and even if it's just the one time, it was really great to meet you. And also the soundtrack. I will for sure take that look at that. Thank you so much. Yeah, alright, everybody, make sure you check out Tychus Lafon on Twitch, AO3, and Twitter. Yes, the demon app. Grr. Okay, one last time is I stream on Fridays at 6 p.m. Pacific time. We play MMOs and scary games, and we're a variety streamer on Fridays, 6 p.m. PT. On Tuesdays at 7 a.m. we do writing streams. You could find me on Patreon, on Discord, YouTube, VODs, and Twitch. This story that we've written today will be edited within about a week, and it'll go up live on my Patreon. So, thank you, everybody. I appreciate you. I love you. It's been 8 hours and 7 minutes now, so I'm gonna go eat, and then I'm gonna go to work, because I was meant to do the work about 4 hours ago. Alright, everybody. I'm gonna turn off Twitch, and we'll find somebody to raid on YouTube. So, I'm gonna turn off YouTube, and we'll find somebody to raid on Twitch. So, bye, YouTube. Thanks for being with me. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.